right, here we go. All right, turn this down a little bit. Welcome, everyone. Fantasy Commissioner here. 2016 AFL League Champion, Guy Kohnke. Tony Mize, of course, was going to join us. Due to some unfortunate circumstances called life and work, I guess. Mm-hmm. He's unable to be here. Says hello. Says that he regrets all of his choices. Said they're all going to be dead wrong. Kind of said, he looked at my board, said mine's probably dead accurate, of course.
I feel like that's not the truth.
But right now Guy and I are going to be watching the draft live, as I'm sure many of you are. We're going to give our outtakes as players are picked, as picks are coming up, maybe how we think. Of course, we're going to change our picks as things go.
Mm-hmm. I already don't like mine.
Oh, jeez. I'm going to turn this up a little. There we go. Hopefully we're coming through good. So right now, they're showing the lineup of great players. Micah Parsons, he's walking on the stage right now. Earlier, you probably were at work, you didn't get to see it. He had his son Malcolm out there, 3-year-old. Oh yeah, it was great. Kyle Pitts, he's already ready for the Aaron Rodgers news.
Yep, he's ready to go to Green Bay.
He may be going third overall. Talk about that. What are your thoughts on the Aaron Rodgers situation?
It's just been seemed like every year or something. Like last year with drafting Jordan Love, trading up to draft Jordan Love he didn't even suit up last year for a single game. It just makes no sense. I don't fault them for grabbing a quarterback, as you need depth, but like trading up the first round for a quarterback you're not going to play, and then a running back that is going to end up not really playing a whole lot probably. Their drafting's been odd, and then it seems like everything they do just seems to like poke Rodgers the wrong way, and Rodgers is kind of quirky anyway.
Well, the Dillon, I'm not going to knock him for drafting A.J. Dillon because...
Not so much. I just think they could still...
What on earth is he wearing? It's got to be the ugliest coat ever. So, sorry, not to cut in. Jalen Waddle came out probably the ugliest coat I've ever seen in my life.
Well, that's what a bust will...
As far as Jordan Love goes, I don't think it was a horrible decision at all. I mean, first of all, they brought him in for what reason? To be the heir apparent, correct? Mm-hmm. They brought him in to learn from Aaron Rodgers. So the fact that he didn't play shows their commitment still to Rodgers, shows their commitment to the future, and says, hey, we want you to take this kid under your wing. You had a bad experience when you were brought in with Brett Favre. Mm-hmm. And this is how I took it when he was picked. I mean, maybe I would have taken that player. I'm not high necessarily in Jordan Love, but neither here or there. It's like, here's your opportunity to show everyone how you wanted to be treated when you were brought in as a young player from Brett Favre. It's like literally the exact same situation. Mm-hmm. And he's chosen to be like almost worse than Brett Favre.
Yeah. I just think that like when they brought Love in, like Rodgers still probably have 5 years to go before.
But you're also just a hit away. Mm-hmm. And Aaron Rodgers, he's missed time in seasons past because of injuries. I think there's a lot of problems in Green Bay as far as, yes, the offensive line could be better. Yes, they could use more offensive firepower. However, you can address those also in free agency. Mm-hmm. And at that point, if I remember, I'd have to look at who was available at the time. It wasn't like there was an offensive lineman that was going to make immediate impact at that point in time. I think it was they saw an opportunity to get a young player that they knew wasn't coming in to play anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. I think it's just I think there's behind the scenes that we higher up than we get any notice of. There's friction between upper management, owners, coaches, and Aaron Rodgers. At this point, I think just trade him.
But the stance right now, I just saw the stance that they're literally taking is either you're playing for us or you're going to be a game show host. It's the wrong way to approach it. Mm-hmm. Unless they're doing that to for other teams to say, all right, you're going to have to blow us away to do this. I mean, if I'm Green Bay, say, for example, San Francisco.
Yeah.
He's from there. It's like, look.
Makes sense.
Give us Garoppolo in the 3rd overall pick. We'll call it good. And I think if I'm San Francisco, I say, okay, I think I do it. Because like you said, in olden days, it would have been like, well, that'd be absolutely absurd because he's 38 years old.
Yeah.
37 years old.
San
Now it's
Francisco's
like...
a win now, though.
They are a win now. Yes, they could use some more firepower, but I think if you get him, I think it might attract... Because there's a difference between Green Bay and San Francisco. Obviously, San Francisco has much nicer weather. So I think it could be more an attractive place for free agents to go. But if I'm San Francisco, I'm jumping on it. If I'm New York, I don't think I am. If I'm the Jets, I don't think I am because they're not... And as quirky as the guy is, I don't know if he'd be a good fit in New York anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, he's...
Well, they did come out with, sounds like he just wants, if he plays somewhere, he wants to play in the California area.
Right.
But, like, well, here's a thought. If he really is, like, I want out or whatnot, what stops the Rams for trying to get their first choice? And trading Stafford back to Green Bay to acquire Rodgers. Pretty low odds, I think, but it's a quirky kind of day.
I don't know. If I'm the Rams, I don't know if I do it because if you're talking literally, it'd be a straight up Packer or Stafford for Rodgers.
You'd probably have to throw picks in there, or players or something. But I mean,
then don't do it because
the Rams wanted Rodgers first to begin with before they pulled the Stafford trade.
I don't know. You got a younger player. Stafford is still good. Although, yes, he has, just like I said, he's had his injury concerns as well.
I think it's a lot of smoke to try and... I don't know what he's trying to do, but I just think it's... I don't think he goes anywhere.
If you're Green Bay, you'd rather... I think the San Francisco is the better situation.
Yeah.
For Green Bay.
And it sounds like San Francisco offered him a really good deal. Because it wasn't just the 3 and Garoppolo, there was other picks and players involved.
Well, realistically, we have, about 21 minutes before the actual draft begins.
I mean, it's short on time to try and work out a big trade like that. But
well, not really, because you have 21 minutes plus 15. Well, it's not going to take 15 minutes for the... I don't think they're going to take 15 minutes to announce Trevor Lawrence. That's the only thing we're going to... I mean, might as well say, look, Trevor Lawrence is the first overall pick.
10 minutes between...
it's 10 minutes. Duh, it used to be 15. But it's 10 minutes and then another 10. So you could literally... They could have about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
35 minutes before they have to...
What if Jacksonville's like, hey... You like Trevor Lawrence or...
No way. That doesn't happen.
Give me Trevor Lawrence and Tebow.
No. Oh, jeez. Yeah, tight end Tim Tebow. They're doing the national anthem, just for all of you, I guess. Yeah. Ann Wilson, lead singer of Heart, is out here singing it right now. Beautiful rendition. Beautiful. American Eagle flying by.
Yeah.
Proud Miami Dolphin fan right there.
They're already crying.
Yep. So Trevor Lawrence 1. 2, it's probably Zach Wilson, I guess, at this point.
Probably. I still feel like
I think Fields is the better choice.
I do too. It'll probably be Wilson, but I think Fields would be a better choice there.
And then 3. I mean, 3 is really where the thing gets crazy because now if they don't do like the trade we're talking about, I've kind of heard they're leaning towards Lance.
That's what's kind of come up today is they're leaning towards Lance. I can see where they were going and leaning towards Mac Jones because he does have good completion, smart. They say he's the most pro-ready right now, and they're in a win-now kind of mode, so I can see that. But I just Lance has a higher ceiling. I don't know. I'm not the best one to ask about the quarterbacks this year because I don't think they're
the biggest knock on Jones probably is I guess you could say his accuracy in a way. They were kind of breaking it down earlier, and he can spray the field.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's almost like he might not hit the right accuracy with it.
Yeah.
But as far as intangible, he's got all the intangibles.
Mm-hmm.
I won't disagree with that.
There was a different stat I saw today, or heard. I was reading, listening to the radio, everything, so I'm not sure where I got my information from, but somewhere in media today, there was something about top-rated quarterbacks and how many passing completions they had in college, and no one has succeeded that's had lower than like I don't remember. Let's say 400 passes or something like that, or completions. I can't remember what the exact stat was. Bad information here for me, but there's only like 2 of the quarterbacks that like were above that line, and it was Jones and Lawrence. So, just something from nothing.
I think Lawrence is going to be great. I really do.
I think he has a really great chance to succeed.
I think I would rate him probably the best quarterback. I mean, this is going to be, obviously he just came out. I'm going to say he's the best quarterback coming out of college since Manning. I think he's better than Andrew Luck coming out of college.
I think him and Luck are comparable. I don't think either of them touch Mahomes.
Not coming out of college. I said coming out of college.
Oh.
Mahomes was...
obviously not as highly regarded as Mitch Trubisky.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying he wasn't... I don't know if anyone... I mean, he didn't even play his first year. Mm-hmm. He was allowed to kind of... I think, he did play a couple games, I think, at the end.
Played the last game. Smith got hurt.
But they wanted him to come in and learn. I mean, I don't think they looked at him as... I mean, obviously he could have performed, but maybe that... Who knows what that 1 year... Looking back, Carson Palmer, when he came out, he sat for like a year or so.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he definitely had some very high success.
Mm-hmm. I think it always helps if you can. But I think today's NFL is just
it's all about
right now. Like, if you're drafting and like playing just to sit you for half the season or the whole season, the first incomplete pass your starting quarterback makes, you're like, oh, we should probably switch it out. There's no patience anymore.
So, one thing you're going to see between the two of us, obviously it's just us. We're going to be watching this, breaking everything down as things go, give our thoughts. You may see periodically either one of us getting up and going in different directions. Obviously, if we go to the bathroom, get something to drink, something to eat.
We're just here to chill, watch the draft with you guys.
Give our takes and hopefully see how these guys can do from a fantasy standpoint as well. He made some great buffalo chicken dip, which I'm looking forward to having here. So don't be disgusted if I might try to kind of go on the side to eat. I mean, I don't want to sit here like right in the camera.
You should get right up in the grill.
Just bring the
Put the microphone right in your shoulder and just right into it.
Just put it right. Just have it right at my mouth.
Yeah, just do it.
Actually, see if I can get the camera in my mouth, and then you can have like actual mouth cam.
No, you're just taking it too far now.
Yeah.
How many viewers do we have? About 400 now?
400,000. No, so Trevor Lawrence goes to Jacksonville. Starter day one.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think that's a argument unless he was to get hurt.
Yeah.
In the preseason. What are your thoughts on him from a fantasy standpoint? Obviously, they could add pieces because they do have the first pick of the second round. I mean, I'm assuming that's going to be an offensive weapon of some sort.
I think it depends on what Jacksonville does on the defense, because I think this first year or two they're going to be very much like Jacksonville with Bortles, Allen Robinson, Allen Hurns. Awful defense, so they had to throw the ball a lot. I think they're going to be kind of like that the first couple of years. So I can see Lawrence probably has some growing pains, so I can see him throwing 30, 35 touchdowns maybe. But I think those interceptions are going to be creeping up by 20. I think just because of circumstances, they have some good receivers, but I don't think any of the receivers are really intimidate anyone. I think they got a couple that could become that person, but
Yeah, you never know. I mean, you're Jacksonville. Hey, Atlanta. So, how can we get Julio from you?
true.
Never thought about that one, did you?
Not necessarily. I think
It just popped in my head,
Atlanta
actually.
wants too much for Julio. It seems like. I don't know what's been offered for him.
I mean, if I'm Jacksonville, don't want to give over that first overall pick in the second round.
I really wouldn't want to. I'm not giving up a first round pick for Julio.
No, I wouldn't say a first round pick. I guess here's one way to look at it. Randy Moss, what'd he go for? Like a fourth round?
Yeah.
I'll give a third round for Julio.
I would do that.
I'm not saying Julio's better than Randy Moss because I would never say that in a million years. But sometimes you want the immediate, let's get it done and over with.
Yeah.
I don't think it's horrible.
No, that'd be a good spot for him. I've heard the Raiders, Ravens, I'm sure a handful of other teams inquiring as well. I think there's going to be this top 10 picks tonight are going to be real interesting
Right.
with trades. It seems like there's a lot of teams that might want to trade up but might not. There's just certain players are going to fall. There's going to be players you've not heard of before that are going to be a team's going to trade up 5 spots to draft some guy that you've never heard of before that most people thought would be a 3rd or 4th round pick. Every year it's like that. So
Oh, I don't know if you're talking the first round.
Yeah.
I
think there's going to be a couple stretches.
Stretch, but I'm not to say that you've never heard of the guy.
There might be a couple. To
I guess you're right.
fans.
You're right. Good point. Or if you're talking like linemen, I guess you're right. If you're talking like linemen, everyone knows all the linemen.
I would say a casual football fan that might play fantasy football doesn't know who Alex Leatherwood is.
Guard tackle for Alabama.
Yeah. We do because we're dumb and nerdy.
I wouldn't consider myself one time I had a thing, an old job. Had a computer guy come in. He had this big meeting, and everyone go around the room and had to give their level of geekiness, and which Tony would rate high probably in that category. But I said, I rate really low in the geekiness category, but my wife would say I have a PhD in dork.
I think she's right.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think my wife would say the same thing.
So we got here. It's about 10 minutes before.
Yep.
Of course, after 10 minutes, it's not like it hits.
After 10 minutes, and they say Jacksonville are on the clock.
Because then the commissioner has to come out and do his spiel, and
Everyone boos him.
I know that's something I don't know if you sometimes Jimmy likes to do. When I come out and start trying to get the boo chant going on me and stuff, which is fine. Jimmy, of course, I did ask him. He couldn't make it. Mark.
Isn't he in Cleveland to root on his cousin?
Yes, I think he is in the green room. I asked Mark if he could make it. He's unable to as well. I think he coaches his kid's soccer team.
Actually, just quit. This is more important.
I mean, what's one game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, how many of them use coaches anyways? They pretty much run the show.
Yeah. Coaches aren't important.
Yeah. Well, in some sports, unfortunately, probably aren't. At least the NBA, I don't know if they are. On a fancy note here, not the guy would know anything about this, but so I'm in a fantasy hockey league. I'm in we're in the playoffs right now. I'm in the second round right now of the championship tournament, and I'm currently beating first place. So that
Nice.
So I'd like to. And hockey is probably one of the sports I know the least about.
It's interesting. I drafted a fantasy baseball team this year, and I have not looked at it since I drafted it.
Well, that might not be a good thing.
Hey, let's take a peek. See how good I'm doing here.
Probably not, because you don't have your pitching rotation going.
Yeah.
And then in the basketball, in the ABL, which is of course the actual basketball league, sister basketball league of the AFL, our fantasy football league, because the hockey one actually was a public one. But in the ABL right now, we're in the first round of our playoffs, and right now I'm the number 2 seed. I'm down by now. It's basketball. It's not like so it's by categories. So if you win a category, then that's a point. And as of right now, I'm down by a point. And see what else. So Tony, I think he was down by a couple. Anthony's killing it. Anthony was actually the number 1 seed.
Jeez.
Tony was the 4 seed. Kyle, who's new to our league, he was the 4 seed. Tony was the 5th seed. He was the 4 seed. They're playing each other. And then Jordan is the 3 seed. And if I remember, he goes back and forth. A lot of the matchups are close right now. Like even though I'm down, like just the day before, I was up like 10-3.
Mm-hmm.
So it all depends on and all the categories are still tight. Like I could be winning like literally after today, I could be up 10-2. So, or I guess I could be down by. Oh no, I couldn't be down because a lot of the categories that I'm winning currently, he won't. I'd have to guys get hurt or just completely bomb games to lose those categories. But it's a little update with that. And just I guess trying to kill some time. I can get some plates if you need some. Go and get a plate for. Got a spoon.
Yeah, might as well get ready.
I'll be right back.
Like a 2 and 2.
You can keep talking. Do more.
My fantasy team for baseball, I'm not in last. I'm 3rd to last. So that was solid drafting.
Do you need a drink or anything?
No, I'm good.
That cup's right here if you need one.
Okay.
Like I said, there's Mountain Dew in there.
Cool. Thank you.
There's the. Go ahead and get started. So what we got here? 6 minutes. Let's see here. I got my little papers here. Cross the names off and cursing my Dolphins, I'm sure, at some point. Probably not with the 6th pick because I'm probably gonna be happy no matter who they take at 6. If it's a tight end, if it's a receiver, if it's a tackle, I'll be happy no matter what with that situation. 18, I can't say the same because I don't know what's going to happen at 18.
Yeah, it's going to be with the Lions. I don't know what they're going to do.
Let's see. I'm going to quick send this out. I'm not sure if people necessarily know about us just yet. I did kind of post about it, but let's see what we got here. While we're out here since of course trades are always a part of the NFL draft, any big trades you're looking to do with people?
In our league?
Yeah.
Well, there's always thoughts. I know I've thrown some out there that haven't quite come to fruition, but there's never any harm in revisiting if anyone wants to revisit some of those and see if there's anything that can be worked out.
Anyone specific you're looking to trade? I'm trying to get it out of here. So I know there is one player you want to trade, but not many. But
just the way it's set up this year, if someone's looking for a quarterback, they may have a couple that'd be willing to trade out of.
So I just sent everyone in our league the link for what we're doing here right now. So for those of you watching, we hope you enjoy our broadcast. We got here 4 minutes to start. So obviously Aaron Rodgers is a possibility of getting traded. Julio Jones. who else is out there you think that could get moved? I'm trying to think. I'm just throwing this literally off the top of my head here, so I'm trying to think of some names myself.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of players getting moved. I think there's a lot of salary cap issues and stuff. I don't think a lot of teams are wanting to take on more salary. I did hear a rumor where Jerry Jones has something up his sleeve, but what that means or what it could be, or you never know.
Oh, I know. There was a big trade yesterday, the Teddy Bridgewater deal.
Mm-hmm.
My thoughts on that is, I know they're talking, oh, Denver might still take... Don't. I mean, if you want to take a quarterback in this draft, fine. But don't waste your first-round pick on it. Take a player. Take either a defensive player, or if you want to upgrade your offensive line or whatever. Don't take a receiver, of course. But let him just... Let Bridgewater go. And then you got Drew. I think Locke could be decent. I really do. I just think he's in a situation where he wasn't ready.
I think they traded for Bridgewater because they weren't sure if they'd be able to trade up to get one of the guys they want in the draft. Bridgewater is kind of their backup plan.
Mm-hmm.
If one of the quarterbacks does not drop to them or they can't move up, then they have Bridgewater and Locke. If one of those quarterbacks does drop to them, I think they still draft a quarterback. And I did hear rumors that they are trying to move Locke. And they've talked to Carolina about Locke.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone, there's no one training for Locke to be an immediate player. He's going wherever he goes. It's going to be a backup situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a horrible... Well, then why wouldn't they have just done the deal, like, included it in it?
I don't know.
I'm trying to think of... Here's a good... Actually, wouldn't be a horrible idea for the Jets to say, hey, what's the lowest you're willing to take for him?
Mm-hmm.
Have him go there. This way, if you get Zach Wilson or whoever at number 2, they don't have to immediately jump in.
Mm-hmm.
Because... my personal view is of all these quarterbacks, there's only one that should be day one starter. The rest, I think...
Yeah.
I think the rest need someone else to play it first.
Mm-hmm.
Trevor Lawrence is the only one that's like good to go, I think, day one.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. I think... I mean, the situations could dictate otherwise, but... It's this... Lawrence is this far and above.
God, he's so good.
The other ones.
I saw a picture. They took a cartoon, like a comic book cover, and there was 2 covers. The first cover was Thor, and the second cover was Trevor Lawrence. Like the same pose. It's like he's got the hammer or whatever, and he's got the football in his hand.
Yeah, I think he's in a good situation.
Right now they got a band playing. I don't know who are they? Do you know who they?
Yeah, I can't think of their name.
It's not Coldplay, is it?
No.
Train?
Nope.
It's like someone has made a comment. Somewhere was it? I stopped about 1999, 2000. Knowing music. I saw one of them looks like they had a Gibson guitar. I saw that.
Yeah, it was a Gibson 335. That's a Gibson Wilshire. Or actually, it's an Epiphone version.
I sent you a link.
Yeah, I'd seen that before. About Tom Kiefer and his Les Paul.
Tom Kiefer, Cinderella's great lead singer. Now of course he has his own band, Tom Kiefer Band. Seen him twice in concert, phenomenal show. Second time was really good because Kicks opened for him. And they blew my fuse. Yep. Yeah, let's see what we got here. Oh, this must be the actual intro to the thing then?
Yeah,
yep, it's 8 o'clock, so...
I probably should have laid the taller items on the table down so it didn't block the TV.
Oh,
block
I can see. I can see just fine. I mean, I think it's big enough where I can... First thing when you said that, I thought maybe you were blocking the camera or something. I'm like, I can see everything.
That would have been funny if I sat right down in front of the camera.
So we're hoping the Quadcast, which I've decided to name Big Tim, is coming through good. And the reason I named it Big Tim is because that was the team name of our league's first ever champion. Tom Nelson, the Big Tims, which actually is a thing back to when he and I were in elementary school. I don't know why. One day I called him Big Tim. And so then when he joined it popped up team name, said Big Tim. I thought that was hilarious. Of course, John Kirk, when he was here, he didn't name his team Johnny J. I used to call him, and I don't know why. I know why. I called him Johnny J. He was a running back for Arizona Cardinals, Johnny Johnson. So I called him Johnny J. I don't know why. His name wasn't even Johnson. It was Kirk. But all right, so now we're showing some of the great players that played in this game or in the Hall of Fame. We saw Marino, Elway, Moss. We're also showing some of the previous draft footage here. Great Jerry curl on Deion Sanders right there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised because I know they're talking bets. Here's a bet: how long before Trevor Lawrence cuts his hair, or is he going for the new Palomalu deal?
I would say as long as he doesn't get hurt by someone ripping him down by it, but hopefully the coach don't make him shave it like they did, like Herbert did.
Yeah.
That took away his mojo.
I bet they won't. I bet Meyer won't. I guess I could be wrong. What is the deal with all these? I've noticed like a bunch of players when they had them out earlier. What is like the deal with everyone having to like have the same haircut as Patrick Mahomes? Like no one can have their own style anymore.
They just want to be like the best. To be the best.
So they all should have perms then, because Marino had a perm when he came in.
He's not the best.
Wow.
How many Super Bowls did he go to?
It's a team sport. Okay, fine. If you want to do this argument there. So, put Mahomes on the Jets. How many times is he? How many Super Bowls is he in?
The Jets? None, because the Jets are an awful organization.
It's a team-based sport. It's not an individual. Tennis and golf. Those are individual-based sports. Just same with basketball. Basketball's a team-based sport. Baseball could be the closest thing where you could maybe make the argument, because baseball can kind of be a one-on-one sport. Pitcher and batter. I mean, overall, obviously, it's a team-based sport.
Kings of Leon. That's the name of the band.
Oh, I think I've heard of them. I don't know. Sorry to the Kings of Leon. I apologize. I don't know any of your music.
That's a big war room. So, who should we take? We're on the clock.
I know, well, it's Jacksonville. So right now they're getting a call from Cleveland offering the next 3 years of number twos.
I wonder what team probably...
That was a draft day movie with Kevin Costner reference right there.
They should have Kevin Costner come out and announce the pick.
Yeah. Oh, and then have Skeletor in the back with the jersey, and then he throws it down on the ground because he's all mad. Because they took Vontae Mack, linebacker. Rest in peace, of course, Chadwick Boseman. Boseman, sorry. Apologize for the incorrect. That's why he's here, because I say every name wrong.
It's okay, I have another friend that has the same issue.
I think my name's probably Eric Muller, right?
Mm-hmm. Myler.
Yeah. Tony Miz.
Mizet is French.
All right, come on. Let's get this thing rolling, people. I want to hear some picks.
I know. Can we just forward to like the third? Because that's when it's going to get interesting.
So right now they're still just talking. Commissioner hasn't come out yet. Like we said, it's going to be, probably 10 after before they actually come out and say anything.
Yeah. You know, I wonder, like, this stuff you probably don't hear about till years later, but if any teams call up Jackson, I was like, what would it take to get one? And they're like, you don't have enough draft picks in the next 5 years.
I'm not saying... I mean, everything is negotiable.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it'd be super easy to get two. I think it would have been almost... Okay. if Kansas City came out and said, we'll give you Mahomes for 1 overall, they do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying there aren't situations where it doesn't happen, but I mean, but then of course that they're gonna, because the Kansas City Chiefs are gonna do that.
Yeah. I mean, that wouldn't happen, but like,
And that's the one thing that I want to stress to everyone when they're watching this is, go back. There's all these busts and everything, but understand when they were drafted, they weren't gonna expect it to be a bust.
yeah.
Trying to think. Okay, Tim Couch was the number 1 overall pick in what, 99?
99.
What indication was that he was gonna be a bust?
You should have been good.
It's just like any sport.
You just don't know until you get into the season. Like, this draft, all these 5 quarterbacks, everyone's like, oh, we got to draft him. 1 or 2 of them are going to succeed. Probably.
So Jimmy's asking who I want Miami to take first. So, Jimmy, to answer your question, my first choice actually would be Kyle Pitts. And I would say my second choice would probably be one of the receivers for sure. I don't know. I kind of like them both. I guess I like what I saw in Chase when he played. Mm-hmm. Of course, he didn't play last year, and we talked about this a little bit in our stream about the opt-out situation. I do like the fact that Devontae Smith did play with him. So I guess Devontae Smith would be my second choice for Miami. But trust me, if they came out and took Penei Sewell, sorry, the tackle from Oregon, I would absolutely be elated. So I know I just gave you a lot of names, but if any of those names, and of course Jamar Chase, your cousin, if any of those names are called, I'm happy.
Yeah, I think
really I am. I don't think I'm disappointed, and it would be one of those names being called.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's what the first. Now, like I said, we get down to that 18th overall pick. I'm gonna have to see what's available to say, because I mean, right now I can't give you who I want for the 18th overall pick. I could sit here and say Travis Etienne. That's who I want, and he'll be there probably at 18th. Oh my God!
Hold your horses.
Sorry, everyone. I was catching a Progressive commercial here, and the greatest boy band of all time popped up. The remaining members of NSYNC were on there. I saw Lance Bass, I saw Joey Fatone, and I saw Chris Kirkpatrick. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, Timberlake and JC did not make the appearance.
They're probably busy.
Well, they were. He got, one's obviously a mega star, and the other one he does a lot of, was it the So You Think You Can Dance or whatever. Mm. Of course, Fatone, he's actor, chef. Vance, actor. Mm-hmm. Kirkpatrick actually is a fashion designer. Now that everyone's up to date with their NSYNC.
Yeah. Always learn something.
Yep. So I don't have that knowledge in the Backstreet Boys. Sorry.
I see the Seahawks only have like 3 picks in this draft currently.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Now, what do they have to move?
Wilson.
Would that not be insane?
Imagine Rodgers and Wilson.
Hold on! Oh my God! I never thought about that. What if they get 2 birds in 1 stone here? We send Wilson to you for Rodgers. Straight up.
Yeah, I don't think either team does it straight up.
Well, hold on. You're telling me Green Bay would not be like a static? So we might not have this guy ever play for us again, and we get to replace him with Russell Wilson. I could understand, if anything, Seattle would be the one to get stuff back. They're actually giving up more in the long term than Green Bay is.
I think so.
Yes. I said in the long term.
Mm-hmm.
In the short term, you could argue not necessarily. And because, for example, he goes there. I don't know. It's an interesting situation because They are different players, but it's not like Rodgers isn't mobile. But he's not going to be able. He's not going to do what Russell Wilson does, like turning and just flat out running it as much. He's not. He wouldn't last very long for that much carries. But I mean, can you imagine him throwing to DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett?
Yeah.
You know, and the same. I mean, and Russell Wilson.
If Rodgers gets traded, how sad is Devontae Adams going to be?
If you're getting Russell Wilson in return, I'd say he's probably pretty damn excited.
Think so?
I mean, it's Russell Wilson. I mean, look, Russell Wilson is going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
There's no denying that.
Not bad for a third-round pick.
And it brings him to the place where he played college ball at the University of Wisconsin. So I don't know if it's necessarily a homecoming for him, but it kind of is. They would absolutely be ecstatic to get him.
Oh, comes the commissioner. Oh, he got his chair.
Yeah, they made a big point about having the chair there or whatever.
Or does he have his M&Ms nearby?
The rapper?
Yeah. And they're booing.
He's welcoming us right now. Someone's holding up a Trevor Lawrence foam finger. I think he's asking to get booed.
Yeah.
Hey, some people like to be the heel.
He's playing it very well.
Okay, so you think Bernie gets the biggest ovation?
Man, he looks old.
Well, he's like almost 60. Joe Thomas looks like he'd still play.
Yeah. Is he a rookie? He looks pretty young.
Okay, if you're Joe Thomas, obviously he's a lot smaller than he did.
Yeah.
If you're Joe Thomas, you look at how things in Cleveland's like. Does he kind of think, oh man, if I would have stayed like another year or two?
Mm-hmm. I think he's probably fine with where he's at.
Well, let's talk a little football right now. So you can eat, by the way. I feel like I'm holding you up here.
Oh, fine. I'm going slow.
You realize Kansas City shouldn't have been in that Super Bowl, right?
Why?
Because they didn't really beat Cleveland.
They had more points at the end of the game.
They did have more points. However, that being said, there was the play by Mayfield, which should not have been a fumble out of the back of the end zone.
Things happen.
Yeah, things happen.
Plays.
I don't understand how that didn't get overturned. Let's see, we got a text from somebody here. I was hoping to get a response to a trade I threw out there. But you know, one thing that we're hoping for in this draft is obviously to get not only teams improved in the NFL, but to get our future for our fantasy league. And you know, who would you get if you could? So if you had the first overall pick in our draft, who would you take? What rookie would you really want?
At 1 overall, with my current lineup.
Now, of course, you have Mahomes, so you wouldn't be targeting the quarterback.
Yeah, I wouldn't target any of the quarterbacks. I would say it'd probably be between.
You don't know where they're going yet, so
Pitts would probably be it, or Javonte Williams.
They're showing, of course, on the screen. I don't know who this is. Some Jacksonville Jaguar fan has got to go sit in the commissioner's chair. I guess we missed the backstory on this. Okay, so now we're on the clock. Jacksonville's officially on the clock. Fans are cheering. I guess the biggest... I don't know if there's a prop bet on this. I'm sure there is somewhere how fast before it's announced.
Probably. I did see one thing where if you were really sure that Trevor Lawrence was going first overall, if you bet $100,000 on it, you would win $500 back.
Oh,
Good
jeez.
odds.
You're guaranteed $500, I guess.
Yeah. It must be like, everyone sure? Everyone want this?
If you bet $100,000, you'd win $500 back.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Is that still an open opportunity to make that bet, or
It could be. I mean, run to it.
So get out there, guys. You have a chance now. Jacksonville, of course, went 1-15 last year. Now they add Trevor Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. So you have over there. I got the entire NFL roster for every team. Where did I put my copy? Here it is. So you look at Jacksonville. Of course, they just got the new coach, Urban Meyer. Sorry, why? Quick, try to pull this. Here we go. Jacksonville. So, obviously, receiver-wise, he comes with Marvin Jones, DJ Shark, Laviska Shenault. I mean, it's decent receiving core. I mean, obviously, Shenault and Shark are still young, and then you add Marvin Jones, who's that veteran, sure-handed receiver.
I really like Colin Johnson on the team too. He was started to come on pretty good.
Kind of wish things would have been better. I was a big fan of D.D. Westbrook. I wish things would have gone better for him, but he's still available, I think, in the free agency market, and they may bring him back. Offensive line, it's not the worst in the league. It's not definitely could be improved.
Yeah.
So they have options. I think with that second round pick overall.
I think they probably look at safety. That second pick maybe or corner.
Well, it depends. I think it depends who's sitting there. And really, obviously given James Robinson success he had last year, I'm going to compare it to Philip Lindsay.
Mm-hmm.
Because Philip Lindsay obviously did amazing in his rookie year. And the next year, there was a drop-off. Now, he did get hurt. But even last year, they brought in Melvin Gordon. I mean, honestly, if Travis Etienne is there, first overall pick of the second round, I think they take him. I think it's a good choice. If he's there.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I think Travis Etienne should go in the first round. Of course, sometimes running backs get pushed back. And then, of course, you were mentioning defense. Quick look at their starting defense for Jacksonville. They don't really need to worry too much about linebacker. I'd say if they were going to address anything, it'd be up front before they do the secondary. I mean, they got C.J. Henderson. He was a rookie last year.
Mm-hmm.
They added Shaq Griffin. Yes, obviously safety is definitely a weak point, but this isn't exactly the strongest safety draft.
No.
So I'd say go with, if the second round, I'd say go with either, they're showing Trevor Lawrence and his beautiful bride, who just got married this month. So congratulations to the Lawrence family. I guess it's a big month, big year for the Lawrence family, you could say. Getting drafted, married in the same month. Pretty good to be him.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, the first overall pick of the second round, I'd say if you're gonna go defense, you go D-line, specifically an edge rusher, of course.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be a horrible decision to either go to add, if there is a good offensive lineman option there that's worth the pick, maybe take that to protect the kid. I'd say now I've seen receiver linked to this pick. I think that's the last thing they should do.
Yeah, they don't.
Because
receiver.
They have enough. I'm not saying don't draft a receiver in this draft because they have enough talent, though they don't need to necessarily make that a priority in the second round.
And when you're talking about ETN, look at their running back depth. They're not terrible there either, so I really don't think that they would reach for.
Well, they did sign Carlos Hyde. Of course, he's an Urban Meyer guy from college days. And he's actually listed behind Armstead on the depth chart, which personally I see Carlos Hyde moving in front of Armstead and being the backup. So yeah, I'd say if they can get now the tight end market in this draft isn't exactly the greatest either.
No.
I mean, there's pitch, and then there's some guys that will play in this league, but immediate
help there. I don't think there is.
Right.
Guys.
So, and who knows? Jacksonville may even decide to move back into the first, take that second round pick and say, well, here, you get this, we'll move back in, and take, if they see something dropping that might not drop to them at that pick.
Yeah, there's always room for trades, Take that second round plus their later first round, move up from there somehow. Well, hey, look, it's Dewey.
They're showing great Dwayne Haskins right now.
I could have made that through.
I don't know if they're trying to do a comparison here between.
I hope they're not comparing Haskins and Lawrence.
Well, I mean, obviously Haskins hasn't proven to be what I had hoped he would be, but if you look at his college work, that 1 year, I mean, it's one of the greatest college 1 years in history of college football. Obviously, didn't necessarily transcend to the pro game. Although I know Mark is excited to have him as his backup in the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He told me that was an exact quote, that, yes, we don't have to draft a quarterback in this draft.
They were also working out a contract extension for Rudolph.
Mason.
Because he's been
They need
proven.
They need a third string guy. And when you're in a situation you're going to get in a fight with Myles Garrett, you might as well have him go out there, and that might be the game plan when they play the Steelers or when they play the Browns. They start Rudolph, have him kind of run his mouth at Garrett, get Garrett out of the game, and then go in, Ben. You don't have to worry about the pass rush anymore.
Limit the reps.
So we're still here. We got 2.5 minutes left on this clock.
Why?
Hey, you know who the winner in this is? Could be Aaron Rodgers. Could be the winner in this time
They're
kill.
working out a trade right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There you go. The Jacksonville's also #1 overall pick has been traded. No, that's not happening.
We have a trade to announce. Goodell should do that, and they go, just kidding.
So I'm just gonna kind of move it. So we got the Jets are up next, of course, and
they need a lot of help.
They do. Let me get to. I'm gonna find them on here. I mean, we might as well just move on because we already know what's going on here. Just start talking about the Jets. So, 99% sure, of course, they're going to take a quarterback. And more than likely, that quarterback is going to be... Sorry. I thought this was in the... There we go. So more likely it's going to be quarterback. Sounded like it's going to be Zach Wilson, but you never know. Right now they're showing a beautiful picture of Trevor Lawrence here in a Tennessee uniform. Actually, they're showing Manning from Tennessee. Sorry, my phone's kind of going off here. Actually, there was one thing I was going to look at. I was curious about if there was a Jacksonville player. For some reason, I want to say it's Chenault that wears... Is there someone that wears 16 already? Is Chenault?
I don't know.
I was curious if there's going to have to be...
I think Chenault was like 12.
No, he's 10.
10?
Yep, I'm not showing a... I mean, I'm not saying this isn't the full roster. It's a depth chart is what it is. But I'm pretty sure he'll probably get 16. We know it's not retired. Sorry, Denard Robinson. I don't think your jersey was worthy of being retired.
Just never got a chance.
Never got a chance. So the pick is in. So like we said, so next pick is the Jets. Of course, they've addressed, they added Corey Davis. I mean, the Jets, in all honesty, I think are in a way worse situation than Jacksonville.
Yeah.
They're bringing that lady out of the chair up. So we're just going to take a moment of pause to hear the selection. It is Trevor Lawrence, the quarterback, as we had all anticipated.
Apparently, Trevor Lawrence has already signed his Gatorade endorsement and Adidas.
Let me ask you this: do you think he's the? I was actually thinking about this today. Is he already at day one the best quarterback they've ever had in franchise history? He's definitely the best one they've ever drafted. But I mean, if he plays the way he's supposed to, he's better than Brunell.
Yeah, he could be. I mean, day one, that's too early to really say.
Yeah, there's Pops has got the. I'm guessing that's. I mean, that's not Pops.
It's probably his Uncle Lou.
Yeah, Uncle Lou. All right, so here now where the Jets are. He's already got. They got just under 7 minutes on the clock to go. It's got to be quarterback. You're looking at, of course, they just traded away Darnold. So right now your quarterback depth is James Morgan and Mike White.
They're set.
Maybe this is
Probably going
honestly,
offensive guard here.
seriously, if you're Zach Wilson, if you're Justin Fields, if you're any of these quarterbacks that are left, I mean, really, obviously you want to go and you want to get drafted, you want to be the second overall pick, but it's kind of be like, man, this sucks.
They're both hoping the other one gets drafted by Jets.
I'm guessing that's mom. They're showing some lady. I'm guessing it was his mom because she looked too young to be or too old to be the girlfriend, but she didn't look that old either. So nothing that matters.
What are BYU?
Was it? It's in Wyoming, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, it's Utah. It's Utah.
Utah. What's their mascot?
Cool.
Just saying.
Ironically, she was wearing a cougar-colored coat.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. The Jets. What did we give them? Oh yeah. So we obviously did get Trevor Lawrence right. We got the board. I forgot we did our board. So right here, all of us made this projection of Justin Fields.
Should be, but it's probably going to be Wilson.
You know, I was looking. They showed earlier some of these throws that he did at his pro day thing, and it's like, you know, I really looked at the throw, the big one where he rolls left and just hucks it down the field. It's like, look, it's great that you can do that when there's like no one covering the guy. There's no pass rush coming at you. Looking at it, it's really. I mean, I'm not saying it. The distance he threw it and all the arm strength isn't impressive, but it wasn't like it was. What actually impressed me more was I saw game footage today earlier, and I don't know if they show it in this package they're showing right now, where he rolled right and like kind of launched it down the field, and it wasn't incompletion, but it was like, I mean, the little receiver had it in his arms and it just kind of flowed out. It was a catch. I mean, any legitimate receiver would have had. It would have been like a 50-yard gain at least. So I'm not saying that this kid isn't going to be a good player. And here's another situation like now Trevor Lawrence. This kid day one should start.
Yeah, he's going to be a starter.
Unless they were to go out and add a depth veteran. So I'm trying to think of who's out there that they could add.
I don't think at this point there is anyone that would start over him. I just think New York is just a poorly run organization, it seems like, and whichever quarterback they draft, probably Wilson will just fail like every other quarterback they've had in the last 40 years.
It's unfortunate, you know, that they. I mean, look, I'm not a Jets fan. I'm a Dolphins fan, so me seeing the Jets, but as a football fan, it's kind of it's almost an old discussion. It's like it's more of like a joke than it is anything now. It's like, I mean, it's better for the league for every team to do well and show, you know, the way I look at the NFL, anything like our fantasy league, for example, there should be like a cycle. So like, for example, you have a few teams that'll be really strong for a while, but eventually everything should cycle where the teams that are poor slowly come up, and then is this rotation. And it doesn't always happen that way. Obviously, the Jets are an example of that doesn't happen. I mean, now, have they had good seasons? Of course. But they're very sporadic. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but there's so many factors. It goes into coaching. It goes into player selection. I mean, I remember when they drafted Darnold. I thought Darnold was going to be a great pick for them.
I thought he had a good chance, but
I mean, personally, I don't understand. I think I know it was been talked about now. I don't think Carolina should draft a quarterback in this draft, as far as in the first round. If they want to draft a quarterback to back up, fine. Mm-hmm. But just go with, or do like we said earlier, the trade for the Drew Lock thing, but extend, at least pick up the option on Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
So he's there for another additional year. You made the investment. It's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
I think. And then just make the team around him better. So the little sign is coming up saying the Jets pick is in. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be Wilson. Oh, there's an ugly coat. Guy wearing a Jets blazer. It's all like the jet green with the Jet logo over it. All right. Sometimes I wish they'd have like a negative clock when it says the pick is in. He's walking on the stage. I wish they had like a clock that says how long the pick has been in. Or have, oh geez. So this is going to be like a theme where they're going to have these fans like sitting in the chair when he comes up. So now I see the whole point of the chair. I guess I wish I saw a backstory of what the whole point of the fan in the chair is. Because the fan isn't even making the selection.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. It is Zach Wilson.
Yep.
The quarterback. We all got that one, of course, on our board wrong. But I think some of it, in a way, we were also picking that how maybe we would have picked it as well.
Mm-hmm. It's hard not to.
Yeah. All right, so Zach Wilson, like we said, fantasy value, come out day one, starter. I don't think he's a first-round pick in our draft by any stretch of the imagination. He'll be on someone's roster for sure. He'll be there. For example, he'd be a good. For example, in your case, he'd actually be a great someone for you to pick up actually because you don't really need. You would need him for one game maybe, depending if you decide to keep Burrows or not.
Yeah.
Of course, you have probably one of the strongest quarterback situations of anyone in our league, having Mahomes and Joe Burrow. Well, let's say you move on from Burrow, you need someone for one game, right? There's a game for you. But as far as what's going to be around him, he's got Corey Davis, who they signed in the offseason. Denzel Mims. Now, Jamison Crowder, is he still there, or did they let him go?
I think he's still there.
Okay. I thought I heard rumor that was one that they were considering moving or something. And then at the tight end position, he's got Chris Herndon, who every year for fantasy always seemed like is projected to be like this.
He's always hyped every year, but just doesn't really do anything.
Well, he said I know one year he was hurt.
Yeah.
From a running back situation, you got Michael Pirine is really the main guy right now, but now I was high on Pirine coming out of college personally. Offensive line definitely needs to get some improving, and I think they're fine at the left tackle. I think it's just more of a the interior offensive line needs to get upgraded. I mean, I don't, and this is nothing against Zach Wilson. The kid could play lights out. I would not be surprised if we see the Jets in the same position next year.
Yeah.
If not even drafting number one overall. All right, so they're going to interview Zach Wilson. So now the Niners are up. This is where intrigue will begin. So this could be Mac Jones. This could be Trey Lance. You know, at one point this could be traded. So right now, as far as what does San Fran got? So you got, so it's going to be a quarterback of some nature. If it's a trade or if it's so, if it was to be like a, the thrown out there idea of Aaron Rodgers. The only way Aaron Rodgers goes to San Francisco, this has to be involved in it, I think. But receiver wise, whoever quarterback they get, they're coming in. They got Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel. Of course, I think running back is definitely a weak point. Tight end, but they have one of the best tight ends in the league, of course. I mean, you could say, what is he, the Kittle? I'd say probably Kittle's 1B. I mean, Kelsey's probably 1A.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking necessarily I'm not even talking fantasy standpoint. I'm talking just in general. Offensive line is
here's a list of Jets first-round quarterbacks.
See, we got Joe Namath. This is all-time, of course. Joe Namath, Richard Todd. Todd played well for a while. He took him to an AFC Championship game in '82. Kenny O'Brien. Ken O'Brien actually had a very solid career. The fact that he's judged against John Elway, Jim Kelly, Dan Marino, that he's not looked in a better light. He actually had a winning record against Marino, unfortunately. But it's a solid. The Niners have a solid offensive line. Defensively, of course, this team is just 2 years ago. This team was in the Super Bowl, and actually almost won the thing. And depending how the things go, they have Garoppolo, so this quarterback couldn't come in and not even have to play. They have options where they can say, well, do we want this kid to play right away, and we'll trade away Garoppolo, or do we let him sit? So there comes the dilemma. Personally, I say let the kid sit, no matter who you pick. Let Garoppolo have this year. And Noah, he might get hurt.
Probably will.
I mean, he hasn't exactly been the... And people aren't going to be knocking down the door to get Garoppolo. I mean, Garoppolo is going to be, what? Third round at best? If you're looking for a trade value in this draft, no one's giving a second round pick, I don't think, for Garoppolo. So right now they're showing Mac Jones. Okay. Who do you think it actually is? Not who you think it should be. Who do you think it's actually going to be?
Mac Jones.
I'll agree. I agree. Who do I think it should be, though, is Fields. I think Fields is better than Mac Jones. I think Fields is better than... Definitely better than Trey Lance.
I saw a couple of mocks that had Fields drop to the Bucks. I can't fathom how that happens.
The Bucks trade up?
No, going to last.
No way. No way he goes that far.
It's at Ohio State.
He doesn't make it past... No, this isn't my heart. I'm trying to be objective with this. Obviously, earlier with Haskins, I was... But, no, in Fields' case, he doesn't make it... Look, if he drops, he's not making it past New England.
Pick is in.
Jimmy just threw out there, by the way, and he did just throw this out there. He did about 20 minutes ago, but I'm just now checking it. Jimmy threw out there that Trevor Lawrence looks like Mitch from Dazed and Confused. I can see it. I do. But I don't think Mitch was as good a quarterback. So the pick is in. So it's obviously not a trade. So I still say if I'm San Francisco, you take Fields. But yeah, I think if it comes down, if you're going to ask me which quarterback to take, so who would you take though between Mac Jones and Lance? I think I would go Mac Jones. I'm higher on the fact of the big game play.
I think Lance might have more. If athleticism and that sense of it.
Oh yeah,
I don't think
absolutely.
just because you can throw the ball further doesn't mean you're the better quarterback.
Right. So right now the commissioners, let's see who we got sitting in the chair now.
Mac Jones sitting in the chair. In disguise.
I really, you know what? Okay, I'll say this after he makes the picks. Or
Oh, it is Lance.
Trey Lance, quarterback out of North Dakota. I think Garoppolo. Okay, so now I think Jones drops for a while now.
Yeah. I think there's teams calling up right now to Atlanta.
Yeah. Or does Atlanta take him? See, Fields. I'm in the mind of this. Fields is ready to go. I'm not saying completely ready to go right now. I think Fields can step into a situation and be the starter.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has enough ability and tools around himself, personally as a player, where he can just go. I think Mac Jones would have to be in the right situation. So you could bring in Mac Jones and have him learn from Matt Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that would be a waste of pick for Atlanta. I think Atlanta needs to put some kind of, if they want to go Pitts, great. If they want to go, I don't think they have to go receiver. So either go Pitts or you go offensive line, I think, in Atlanta's case.
I don't think they go offensive line. It's got to be, if they don't go Pitts or quarterbacks, that'd be defense.
And they could definitely, and then in that case, it'd probably be Parsons. I think
it's too high for Parsons.
Well, it's too high for any of the corners.
Mm-hmm. I think it's Pitts or trade.
Yeah, this was probably the one spot everyone actually would. 5 is not being traded out of, and neither is 6.
Nope.
I mean, unless 6 goes up to 4. They're showing footage right now of Trey Lance. So now with this happening, do you think Garoppolo gets moved, or does Garoppolo stay?
I think he'll probably get moved eventually. So I know there was rumor that New England was working out a contract with him, a trade for him.
Wouldn't be a horrible idea for the Jets to give him a call either. Say, hey, we'll bring him in. You can work with... This way there's less pressure maybe on Zach Wilson out the gate too. So quarterback depth for 49ers. Obviously they have Garoppolo still. Nick Mullins and Josh Rosen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the mighty have fallen.
Rosen, was it 3 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
3 years ago that he was in this draft, and he was top 10 pick to Arizona.
Yep.
All right, so we have Atlanta here. All right, so far, you guys nailed pick 3. So right now, you guys both are projecting this to be Pitts. If it's not Pitts, who do you think it is?
Fields.
You think they go quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think of what team. Who would be a good team to move up here?
Bears.
Wouldn't be horrible for number 7 to move up. Detroit.
They tried.
Oh, they did? I must have missed that.
Atlanta wanted too much. They wanted to move up so they get Jamar Chase.
Jimmy would just be happy with that. He could get the Chase Lions jersey. So right now they're interviewing Trey Lance, new Niners quarterback. So let's see, move on to Atlanta here. So Atlanta, obviously, you have Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Russell Gage as a receiving core. Running back is a huge weakness. They did acquire Mike Davis as a free agent.
I think they have a lot of running back depth. I don't think it's something urgent, though.
Quadre Olson, or Ulson, and Tony Brooks James. That's their depth.
For who?
They don't have Brian Hill. Apparently, is under Brian Hill. Is
Oh, I thought you were talking about Niners.
no, I'm talking. I've moved on to Atlanta.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Atlanta needs a running back.
Yeah, you know, it's Mike Davis. There was one of Mark's guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at USU would have picked him up.
Would have helped.
Filled in for McCaffrey. Obviously, they have Matt Ryan. Personally, I don't think they should take quarterback here because Matt Ryan has still got plenty of. He doesn't get hurt. I mean, you could say sometimes he doesn't. You know, he does throw interceptions, maybe too many of them, but I
He's
think
late in his career and he doesn't really do a lot.
I don't know, he's got 3-4 years easy. You can get a quarterback a couple of years from now. I mean, think about it. You draft a quarterback here at 4. You want him playing at least next year. Mm-hmm. Next year, not this year necessarily. You're not going to draft a quarterback at 4 to have him, in this day and age, to have him sit for 2-3 years. You know, and waste time with him.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is the here and now in the league. Now, it says the pick is in for the. It shows the Bengals on the clock. So
I kind of hope they draft Jamar Chase so I don't have to worry about the Bengals taking Chase.
Oh, jeez. So, right now, tight end depth for Atlanta is Hayden Hurst. It's Hayden Hurst.
Yeah.
And he's a okay tight end. I have him fans. He does okay.
Yeah.
He did better this year than he did with when he was with Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, if you can add Pitts, I mean, now the question becomes if they add Pitts, what happens with Julio? But, I mean, my God, you have Pitts. You would have Pitts, Calvin Ridley, and Julio Jones as of right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's pretty scary to see. Right now they're showing the fan. He's got the Atlanta jersey with a Rise Up sign. So here comes the pick for Atlanta. Tight end Kyle Pitts.
Not surprising.
No. I tell you this, Efren should be very happy because he won't be able to get this player in the draft because he'll be gone before Efren picks, but definitely will help his quarterback, Matt Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you talk about a guy, you can just throw the ball up there and he is going to bring it down.
Yeah.
I've heard that this guy is as close to a Hall of Fame lock of any player in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
So like we said earlier, the question becomes, do they keep Julio Jones or not? I don't know if that's more of a money move.
Yeah.
And now, fantasy value for this guy, what are you looking at?
Pitts?
Mm-hmm.
High.
I mean, he should be what? He'll be a top 10 pick in our draft for sure. If not potentially top 5.
At least.
Wow, I'm just trying to think of this. If you're Matt Ryan, I mean, literally, they can line up the Hail Mary, and these guys are going to outleap everyone. Now, as far as top tight ends in the league, out the gate, you're not going to put him number 1 overall.
No. Out of the NFL would be Kelsey, Kittle, Waller, Pitts.
But let me ask you this, given where he's going, given the offensive scheme they have and how they can play, does he pass Waller, though?
He could.
And if he stays healthy, does he pass Kittle?
Could.
I mean, Kelsey Kelsey's maybe the only one that's, Kelsey has gotten hurt, but not as often. He's more durable.
Yeah.
But George Kittle, I think, the last 2 years, really, he's gotten hurt quite a bit, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We should ask Mark. Mark should know that answer immediately. So now we move on to Cincinnati. A pick I know you're very intrigued by because you're trying to figure out your fantasy team.
Mm-hmm.
So I've heard. So now, let me ask you this: is this Chase? I mean, I know you're talking earlier. You don't want that decision because of Higgins, but
yeah,
if you're just look at this as a Bengal GM would look at this. Is this?
Well, their coach is very offensive minded, so Chase would fit right in, give him a great receiving team out there, but they have to protect the quarterback.
They do, and so there are options. Obviously, they have.
Sewell's my pick. I think they're going to be smart.
If it's not Sewell, then it's probably Chase.
Yep. There's no one else and no other choices as those two.
Not Devontae Smith?
Nope.
I missed this. What is the issue with Sewell? I saw something that there was it a medical thing?
There's people think he's still raw and he's not quite as good as what they think, but
well, there's also Slater, tackle out of
yeah.
I think though I think they could actually move back and still get one of the tackles. Looks like they're going to be taking 4 minutes on the clock for Cincinnati. It's looking like they're going to take a break right here. I think I'm going to grab a bite of what he's got going here. Feel free to keep talking. Oh.
I thought there would have been a trade announced by now with someone, but
yeah, I would have thought there would have been a trade myself. I really thought that Rodgers was going to get moved.
Mm-hmm.
At this point,
maybe he still is. Maybe there was an agreement possibly, and Green Bay was like, take Lance. That's who we want. And they're working out the details.
They're not gonna. Why would they have him take a quarterback?
Because they're dumb. Like most Packers.
Oh, jeez. We have there's a few Packer fans in our league. Rich and Christina and Megan, I know for sure. Got a great commercial here of Reggie Miller, the hanging in the Wendy's.
Mm-hmm.
So back to Cincinnati. Oh, I said I was gonna get a bite, and I'm just talking. I mean, really, from like you said, you got Boyd, you got Higgins, Auden Tate. So adding a receiver isn't a horrible idea either.
It's not, but I think you need the tackle unless they're trade back up into the first and get like Darisaw or something like later in the. But I don't if he's.
There is enough tackle depth where you could do what you just said.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chase. Oh, jeez. It's just like when Miami's up at 6. It's going to be hard for Miami to not take Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
In all honesty, I really think it's going to go. I think it's receiver. I really do.
I'm kind of leaning that way.
Which makes it interesting for Detroit at 7 because I think they thought one of these receivers was.
Yeah.
I don't know if I take Waddle at 7. Personally.
No, I've really dropped on my. I liked Waddle a lot for a while, then I've kind of come away from that where I'm not as big a fan. I think there's going to be a receiver bust. I think Waddle is one of the candidates. Devontae Smith, as much as people talk about his size and being small and everything, if he can play, he can play.
Yeah.
And he's obviously shown that, so I'm not worried about it.
Oh, geez. I mean, what? I mean, in pressure situations, he performed tremendously.
Yeah.
I mean, and everyone knew Mac Jones was throwing it to him.
Mm-hmm.
And he still was making all the catches.
Yep.
I have the 6th overall pick in our draft. If he goes to Miami, I can't say that that's not something I wouldn't definitely eyeball at 6. And that's even with Pitts, if Pitts was out there. Devontae Smith is, I think he's comparable to Calvin Ridley. I think he's that good.
Could be.
So right now, let's see, it's showing the Bengals pick is in.
This screen right here should show you why they need the offensive line. Bengals are 29th in pass block win rates. Burrow was sacked 32 times in the first 10 games. What else do you need to go by?
Yeah.
Sewell. Pick Sewell.
So wait, I thought there'd be flipping to the screen of the commissioner walking up there. You have a chance to nab a great offensive tackle. Cincinnati fans know the importance of having an Anthony Munoz or a Willie Anderson.
What do winning championship teams all have in common? They all have good offensive lines.
And they don't have this guy.
Oh yeah, that's a bad omen right there.
They showed a Bengal fan. Okay, let me ask you this: you're as big a football fan as I am. You love your Lions, your Bears, or whatever. I love my Dolphins.
I don't know what.
I would not do that. I couldn't be up there, right? It is the receiver, Jamar Chase. You gotta wonder. Think about this. You're telling me that Joe wasn't in their ear?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure Burrow is in Cleveland right now, because I saw pictures of those two hanging out earlier today.
Yeah, it's not. It was like probably a 4-hour drive.
Yeah. I'm not surprised at all here. They have to do something to get an offensive line and move up or do whatever they got to do. It does give them one heck of an offense, though.
It is, yeah, and now as long as Burrow stays healthy, now personally, they were a lot better. They were better than their record last year because they played a lot. At least before Burrow went down, because they were in a lot of games where they were within by a touchdown or less.
Yeah,
and obviously losing him took a lot out of their sail. But yeah, adding him, this is just got a very exciting offense. You got the running back in Mixon. As long as there's another situation. Mixon needs to stay healthy.
Yeah.
But as far as receiving core,
I do think the Bengals will also grab a running back in this draft too, Michael Carter.
Oh jeez. So now we're to Miami. I think this is Devontae Smith. I really don't think there's really another choice. Again, we could go with tackle, which I would be happy to get. But
I guess it's Devontae Smith or Sewell.
Yep. And as far as receiving core right now, the Dolphins have Devontae Parker and Will Fuller, who they signed. Of course, they also have Preston Williams. The thing about Fuller and Parker is both have shown in their career they don't stay healthy. What do you think of the new Bengals jersey? Well, they're just showing it. I'm just curious. It's up there.
I like them.
Not bad.
More of their classic look. Modern classic, I guess, if you will.
I think it could use a little more color in it, though.
Yeah.
It's just like, 3 or 4 stripes on like right here and right here, and then that's it.
I think they're just trying to simplify it.
Why not just go back to the early 81s? Just go back to the 81 jerseys, call it good. Or the Boomer Esiason 88 jerseys, call it good. So yeah, drafting a receiver here is a need just because they have 2 receivers who are good. I mean, Parker's great when he's healthy,
Yeah.
and Will Fuller can play phenomenal as well. Like we said, they struggle to stay healthy. You got to bring in someone that's going to allow them to not have to be the focal point. Personally, I think Devontae Smith out catches both of them.
Yeah.
From a receiving standpoint, I'm not saying from a yardage standpoint. I'm talking just pure catches. And I think so.
There's a trade. Aaron Rodgers is being traded to State Farm for Jake, Drake, and 2 employees to be named later.
Wow, you had me going there.
Actually, I was just going to say the Broncos have given Green Bay an impressive offer for Rodgers.
Well, I'm sure it includes the was it 8th overall or 9th pick?
Yeah.
And I bet Drew Lock was probably in the mix, or Bridgewater. They may even say, "Hey, you get your pick."
Yeah. You can have both of them if you want.
You know, and oh my God, Aaron Rodgers in a Bronco uniform. So you have Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, Melvin Gordon is his running back.
Holy cow.
Noah Fant, tight end. And you said impressive. So with all we know, one of those receivers might be going to Green Bay too. Trying to think of what else could they send. You know, you could see one of the defensive players. Like I don't know if it'd be Bradley Chase or Bradley Chubb.
Yeah.
Or
I think it'd just be a boatload of picks plus a player or two.
yeah.
Dolphins pick is in.
It is in.
Who do you think it is?
It's Devontae Smith.
I think they're going to go crazy and go Waddle. Someone's got to start messing up the draft.
Mac Jones. We'll just lock up all the Alabama quarterbacks.
Yep.
I can't wait to see what. So anyways, like I was trying to say earlier, I'm not saying they couldn't pay me to be up there. I would not want to be up there. Like,
not like that.
They have actually in the NFL Hall of Fame. They actually have a fan section now, like where they put fans in the Hall of Fame, and they're usually the ones that wear these outlandish outfits. It's like just because you paint your face and wear this ridiculous costume
doesn't mean you're a bigger fan.
Doesn't make you a bigger fan than myself or Guy or Jimmy or Mark or Tony or Anthony or Efren or Dennis or the Knicks, Christina, Will, Megan, Kyle. God, I hope I named everyone. Jordan. It just means that you are goofier. I don't know, and that's not bad, but
here it is. I vote for chaos.
I vote not for chaos.
So, Eric, what are your thoughts on this can't miss draft pick?
Oh, I get to see this ugly coat now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not happy about it. I really not. I don't understand why you would not take the Heisman Trophy winning receiver. I mean, okay. So, what do you think? Is Tua prefer him to? So does Tua like Waddle over Devontae Smith?
That's probably because Devontae Smith said Mac Jones is the better quarterback.
I will tell you this right now. You know who the biggest winner in this is?
Lions.
The Detroit Lions.
Devontae Smith. Or they could take Sewell too. So they could use some offensive line help.
Yeah, like we said, there's.
It's got to be Devontae Smith.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a better. I mean, let me ask you this: who would you rather have, Devontae Smith, or a completely healthy Kenny Galladay?
Galladay.
I disagree.
The pick's in already, so they're like, oh,
Yeah, that didn't take long. So receiver. So for everyone to know, I'm not happy about this pick. I'm sure we'll get to it later. It's not the name I would have thought. I just not happy.
Yeah, I was joking around when I said that. I feel pretty good about myself now. I know that was a good last minute pick there.
Well, not one of us put that up there.
No.
And we're pretty much striking out for the most part here.
Yeah. I thought we'd be good on the first 4 picks, and after that it was going to be downhill.
Well, hold on. So you nailed 1, 3, and 4. Tony nailed 1, 3, and 4. And I nailed 1. I tried to go a little different, though. So we got Detroit here. Does need a receiver, obviously. They lost Galladay. They lost Marvin Jones. They really haven't addressed it in the offseason either. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, after this pick is going to be Carolina, which could be a trade spot as well.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Wow, I can't believe Jalen Waddle went there.
I can't either. I can't. I
thought it was me, Devontae Smith or Sewell.
You know what's funny is when I traded up to get the 6th overall pick in our draft, our fantasy draft, I had it with the assumption that Pitts, Chase, or Smith was going to be the 6th, was going to be a Dolphin. And I can tell you this, I will not be taking a player that wears a Dolphin uniform with the 6th overall pick.
What jersey are you going to buy?
I don't yet. I actually did. I'm not going into it, but there was actually a trade offer issued today to another team in our league involving a draft pick in the first round. I'm going to leave it at that.
I may not feel quite as good about my T. Higgins player, but I feel better about my Joe Burrow. I got 2 top 5 quarterbacks. Unless someone wants to trade me.
Anyone? You just issued Burrow or Mahomes.
Burrow, Mahomes, best deal wins, maybe.
All right, I'm going to say about this. I am going to say this because I said the same thing last year when they drafted Tua. I wasn't happy about getting Tua. I would have rather had Herbert. Look, I'm a Dolphins fan, so I'm going to support Jalen Waddle. It's not who I wanted or who I would have selected with this pick. It would have been Devontae Smith. I look at Jalen Waddle. Here's the comparison.
McCole Hardman.
Nope. Jalen Waddle is going to be the Henry Ruggs, where Devontae Smith is going to be the Jerry Jeudy. That's how I compare them.
Jeez.
The Lions are up. There you go. You can order that Lions, the motor helmet.
Sure am.
There's a guy wearing a motor helmet. Or motor... That wasn't even a helmet.
Was this instead of a cheese head, he was a
Motorhead. Motorhead. Great band. Legendary band. Should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame since we're in Cleveland here.
Motor City Dan Campbell pulling the strings.
So, from a receiver standpoint, currently you have Brashad Perriman for the Lions. Of course, he was Brett's kid. Mm-hmm. And then you also have Tyrell Williams, who they just signed in the free agency. Khalif Raymond.
They
need a receiver. Let's just put it that way.
Raymond's just going to be their kick returner.
They just have him listed. They have him listed as a slot receiver.
Cephas is. I like him, but he never got much of a
play
last year.
I mean, it's got to be a lock to be Devontae Smith. I mean, this could have been Waddle. I think this could have been Waddle, and I would have been okay, fine. Just because I looked at, from a talent standpoint, I looked at Chase and Devontae Smith. It's kind of a 1A, 1B. You can go either way with
Probably Devontae Smith, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's Sewell, though, either.
There he is. Oh, geez, this Lions fan. There's Jimmy. Look at got the overalls.
Is that why Jimmy's not here?
Yeah, that's why Jimmy didn't make it.
And the Detroit Lions shall ruin the career of
They went Sewell.
They went Sewell.
I mean, you can't, as a Lions fan, you can't. Oh, look, they got the Pizza Hut. I mean, really?
And body armor. Nothing goes with pizza like body armor. I'm not upset with this pick. Like I said, you need an offensive line.
Oh yeah, and he's a good one, no question. It's you can't argue this pick. This is a great pick.
Yeah.
Wow. So now it gets interesting. Now it's gonna get interesting because
Carolina.
This could be Devontae Smith. Think about it. They just lost Curtis Samuel in free agency.
Yeah, but I don't know if they go. What were their?
So you got Robbie Anderson, and you got DJ Moore. Now, obviously, DJ Moore is a phenomenal wide receiver, and Robbie Anderson has played well. But I mean, Devontae Smith actually is an upgrade from Curtis Samuel, and can otherwise. I mean, this can't be a quarterback. Personally, I don't think they should make this a quarterback. Take Devontae Smith. Otherwise, go defense. So as far as Carolina, go over here. Let's see what we got. Carolina Panthers. From an offensive standpoint,
Running back.
You got DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, like I just said. Running back, obviously McCaffrey. They just acquired Sam Darnold in a trade. I mean, you're not going to take a tight end here, although they could use an upgrade there. The offensive line. I mean, if they were to take Slater here.
That's what I was just kind of thinking, is I know they're needing offensive line help.
So if I'm going to put a name, your choices are probably going to be Slater, Devontae Smith, and then defensively, this could be a defense spot too. So you got, I think it's too early for an edge, but I guess linebacker core, they don't need a linebacker really, because you got, I forgot they signed Hassan Reddick, they signed Denzel Perriman, they have Shaq Thompson.
Yeah.
You're good there. Going corner wouldn't be a horrible pick right here, actually. If they took Surtain, this actually would not be a bad pick for Surtain.
No.
So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say your choices are Slater, not in this order, but I'm going to say Devontae Smith, Patrick Surtain, and then Slater in that order. And of course, being as I didn't even mention Waddle, it could be completely out in left field.
I think I go Slater. I don't think they need a receiver. They do, but they don't, if that makes sense.
Also, being as how much time they're using, this could be a trade.
True.
Because a lot of times when they go right to the wire, it ends up being a trade.
This could be Jerry Jones trading up to get Surtain.
Oh, the pick is in. So they are selecting right here.
The Bears have just moved up to get
Well,
Fields.
plus think about this. So they're in the same division as Atlanta, New Orleans, and Tampa. I mean, DBs are at a premium. I mean, it's too high, like I said. I think it's too high to go with the edge rushers. Yeah. So your best,
well,
I think Surtain.
I'll take a swing out of the. Let's go Horn.
From a cover corner standpoint, actually, Farley would be the best choice.
He's got injury concerns, though.
Right. I was going to just say that. Plus, obviously, he also missed a year. Yeah, I mean, Horn isn't. I like Surtain a little bit better.
I don't really know much on either. I know they're the two top ones. I'll just say Horn just because.
Well, Surtain, obviously, his dad happened to be.
They both had pedigree.
Yeah, but one's I guess like you said, one's a receiver.
Means they're going to catch a lot of interceptions.
Both played. South Carolina's SEC, right?
I think so.
They're not ACC.
Uh-uh.
So both played in the same conference. So they both got the C. As far as their NFL grades, you're looking at Surtain gets a 7.2. And Horn got a 6.46. I mean, that's subjective. I don't usually...
Yeah.
Grades are someone's opinion, no different than what we're giving you right now.
Mm-hmm.
I sometimes do... If it's close, I like to go to the player that is at the bigger college because they play against bigger competition. Sometimes I think... And that can be that can be a negative, too. Mm-hmm. Because they have more talent around them. However, sometimes if you're playing with lesser talent, sometimes it is you can make yourself look better too.
Yeah.
You know, if you took, Jamarcus Russell. I mean, you put him on the high school level, he's going to be the best left tackle on the team he's on.
Probably.
Here we go. Carolina Panthers. J.C. Horn, you called it. The South Carolina corner.
Man, I'm getting good at this.
Are you, like, locked in with all these teams here or something?
I think I've listened to so many different mocks and things. I think it's all just, like, lining up in my head now.
Okay, so who's Denver taking here?
Denver. Fields.
They're going quarterback.
Yeah.
When they just traded for Teddy Bridgewater and they have Drew Lock on the...
Yeah, those two quarterbacks equal no quarterbacks.
Come on.
They're nothing. Both those guys are garbage.
You don't think this would be a good choice? Take Slater right here?
It'd probably be okay, but...
Or here you go. Let's look at Denver real quick. Because this just popped in my head. So, Denver has... Would this be a good choice also to take, like I just said, Patrick Surtain? I mean, you're going against Tyreek Hill. You got to go against Jerry... Oh, they have Jerry Jeudy, so I guess you wouldn't go, obviously going against him. But, you know, you got Keenan Allen over in the Chargers. You got...
I don't think corner would be a bad choice for him. I just feel like with all the things they've been trying to do to get a quarterback, now they have both two quarterbacks fall. I don't see him passing one of them up.
All right, so you're saying quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Slater. Oh, we're getting a look at here at the new Loki show. Is that Owen Wilson?
Yeah.
I know it's completely off subject, but I think, personally, I like to say that I think Disney is doing a phenomenal job with all these shows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've done pretty well so far.
With The Mandalorian, with the WandaVision started out slow. Anyone who hasn't watched it, I do recommend you giving it a retry if you watched the first couple episodes.
Yeah, you got to push through the first 3.
Just deal with it because it's worth it in the end.
Yeah.
And the Winter Soldier Falcon was just phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
And this Loki one coming out here is going to be a good one, I think.
Yeah.
And then after that, they got the Black Widow movie. But I know we're completely going off subject here. Not that I've ever done that before. This is a first.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you're not still talking about Waddle to the Dolphins.
Okay, someone owes me an apology for that pick. If I had to apologize for Noah last year, then someone owes me an apology for Waddle. and I will not take this one back. I'm not going to look at this in retrospective and say, unless of course the guy ends up becoming a Hall of Famer, then I guess I eat a lot of crow.
He won't. He's not gonna be very good. One, because of him. The second part is because of Tua.
So back to Denver. You're saying Fields or it's Fields over Jones at this point.
I feel like it should be.
Jones is going to drop.
Yeah.
And
I knew one of them was going to drop. Whoever San Fran didn't take, I figured was going to be the one.
Let's per se say this is quarterback here. Mm-hmm. The one that isn't picked ends up in New England.
Yeah.
But with that being said, like I said, he's saying quarterback here. I am going to still stick with I'm going to go with Slater, the tackle. I mean, I know Garrett Bowles, who's their left tackle. And I want to say, is he in a contract year? Or he wanted I thought there was concern with money with him. And also with Slater, I've heard this thrown out there too, that, you could see Slater get moved to guard. Mm-hmm. I've heard that too, because he is more of a runner, a run blocker. He's a better run blocker than he is a pass blocker.
I actually like the other two tackles, or offensive linemen, a little bit more than Slater after I watched them.
Mayfield and...
Nope. Elijah Vera Tucker and Darisaw. I kind of like those two guys more than Slater.
See, like Leatherwood's a hard one to project also, because I've heard him listed. Some people list him as a tackle and some list him as a guard. So they're showing their top. Now, Mel Kiper's top board is Devontae Smith, Rashawn Slater, Justin Fields, Vera Tucker, which you just mentioned, and Micah Parsons at linebacker. And I'm going to throw this out there, actually, now that I see that. It wouldn't be a bad choice for them to take Parsons either.
No.
I mean, obviously,
for him,
you got. I mean, because I believe he's an inside linebacker. If I'm double check that, I want to say Parsons is inside linebacker. He is. So you're looking at your inside linebackers in Denver. I mean, your outside, you got Bradley Chubb and Von Miller. Your insides, you have Alexander Johnson and Josie Jewell. Sorry, I said that wrong. So adding Parsons here is a great pick, I think. So I'm going to change my pick. I'm actually going to go with Micah Parsons here. Mm-hmm. And you're going with Fields?
Yeah, they don't pass on a quarterback here. Everything they've been trying to do to move up or trade for another.
Could this be a trade too?
Possible.
Being as it's taken this long.
Mm-hmm. Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, sure. Well, the way it turned the color, I guess I haven't really watched how it turns the color. It turned it yellow, by the way, people. That's why I was like, just so you even know how my computer, where the computer is, literally is in the bottom left corner, is where it takes up my screen. So I can't. It's hard for me I have to kind of keep going like this to see where the pick is in. He's got a straight shot of it, but Denver's picking here. Okay, so I'm saying defense, and he's saying quarterback. So I'm going to say Parsons. I changed it from corner.
Well, some of us have been more right today than others.
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle.
Am I going to hear that about this entire day?
Yeah, because I pulled that one on my rear and it happened.
Do you agree with the Jalen Waddle pick?
No.
Thank you. So then you're just mocking me.
Yes.
My team made a bad choice.
That's how sports work, Eric. If they would have taken Devontae Smith,
Wow.
Yeesh.
Anyone looking for a foam Broncos hat? There's some of them here on the TV. Apparently they're for sale. Looks like a giant sombrero. Yep. I can't see who's this. Where's the barrel?
Look at the sombrero.
What happened to the barrel guy? Get the barrel guy up there. Actually, I think he died, didn't he? I think I worked with that guy. I think it's Matt Conrad. I think I worked with him a few years ago.
go. Oh,
Patrick.
that's weird.
I did. Hey, no,
Yeah.
no. I did throw that one out there.
Yeah. Strange.
It's not though. Think about it. You got to think about the division they're in.
I get that.
This
but
is like literally to go against the Chiefs. This is exactly where this pick sits.
Cowboys are going to take Fields.
This isn't a quarterback. Now this becomes. I can't believe. Okay, I can tell you who okay, this has become linebacker. This is Parsons.
Yeah.
It's too high for Fairley. They just lost Sean Lee. He just retired.
Mm-hmm. They really need corner though. Who's the next two corners? It's Farley and Newsome.
It's this is where they see Surtain was supposed to fall to this spot.
Yeah.
And they missed him by one spot, of course. I think the other corners you wait. I think you got to go defense for sure. Of course, it's Jerry Jones. Knowing him, this might be Devontae Smith. Or you said this might be a quarterback. Actually, taking Slater here wouldn't be a horrible.
Najee Harris.
Jeez. Actually, taking Slater wouldn't be a horrible pick either. I'm not saying it's ideal. I think defense has to be there.
That's not Jerry Jones style, though.
Because you could put so you draft Slater and you move him into the left guard. So you look at their linebacking core. See, here's where of course they don't really need. I never thought about this. I was thinking that they ran a different defense than they do. So they run, of course, a 4-3. I was thinking that they were the 3-4. Unless Parsons can move to the outside.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not the biggest Penn State fan, so I'm not up to how you play Micah Parsons. I just know he's a good tackler. But right now they got Leighton Vander Esch as your middle linebacker. You got Jalen Smith, who's phenomenal at the weak side. Mm-hmm. With Randy Gregory, of course, he's had his own, not necessarily injury issues, but he has problems staying on the field because he can't stay cleared. Now at corners, of course, they have C.J. Goodwin and Jordan Lewis. Who is showing here?
Mac Jones.
Well, this is not going to be a quarterback. Here you go, trade. Dak Prescott's heading up to Green Bay.
For Mac Jones. And then they just cut Aaron Rodgers.
All right, I'm going to go with Slater. I'm going to go with the tackle / guard. Offensive lineman, Rashawn Slater is who I'm picking right here, with Micah Parsons as my 1B. And the Giants are very excited now because Devontae Smith is going to fall to them at 11.
I don't think they go receiver. I don't know.
Well, that could be another spot for Micah Parsons as well. The Giants.
Could be. I think the Giants would take Slater if he's there. Uh-oh. Trade alert.
Oh. Dallas has traded.
Oh.
Who has moved up? It's
Eagles.
Really? Why would you trade with your own division rival? So this is Devontae Smith.
Yeah. What?
I don't. Okay, rule of thumb. I live, but you don't trade within division.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with, it's the. Okay, now the ticker isn't showing. The ticker still shows that the 12th pick is Philadelphia. That doesn't mean that won't change.
Yeah. What if they didn't trade the 12th?
Didn't he say they traded spots?
Yeah.
He said they traded spots, but
Yeah.
they haven't changed on the ticker yet.
No one's in the war room.
She made the pick. There's like one lady in the cowboy war room.
I
She's
thought
like,
you said
yeah.
press enter. That's not what you wanted? I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong?
Yeah. I thought the eagle looked cool. All right, so this has got to be receiver. Plus, they played together at Alabama. Hurts and Devontae Smith played together.
Yeah.
All right, come on. Okay, so you traded for the pick, but you couldn't make the pick's not in yet?
Yeah. If they trade up, it has to be for Devontae Smith.
Yeah, because you're trying to get in front of, like I said, they could be. I thought they were trying to get in front of the Giants.
Yeah. Giants will probably take Slater.
Unless it was for Slater.
I don't think they would have trade up for him.
Well, like I said,
Well.
you want to get in front of your division rival.
Yeah.
Of course, you had to trade with your division rival to do it. All right, Philadelphia. What we got here? Offensive line. Andre Dillard. It's not exactly the best offensive line.
No, they're getting old too, so
This actually wouldn't be horrible to take Slater.
yeah.
But they desperately need a receiver as well. I mean, Fulgham, Rhaegar, and Ward are your receivers.
It's got to be for Smith because even if they didn't get Slater, there's still 2 or 3 offensive linemen they could have gotten if they're 2 more picks down.
I'm going to throw this out there, though. Micah Parsons would not be a bad pick here either. Because, flip back to the Giants. So, the Giants' offensive line isn't as bad as Philadelphia. Defensively, actually, Parsons would be a good pick for the Giants.
Eagles got the 10 for their 12 and a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, I see now they just switched it where it shows Dallas has the 12th pick. Yep, they're showing it right now on the thing. Dallas got the 3rd round pick. I mean, if Surtain would have been taken, that trade that doesn't take place.
No, if Surtain or Horn were there, that wouldn't have happened.
Right. Like I said, it's too early for them to... And they can still trade back to 12. Okay, at 12, they can still move back. If I'm Dallas, think about continually moving back and garner picks because it's too early for Farley to go at 12. It's too early for Newsome.
Yeah, they can keep grabbing picks.
Who else? Asante Samuel. It's too early for those players to go that early at 12. Like I said, Philadelphia... the pick is in, finally showing. You're going to say...
I'll say Parsons.
I'm going to say Parsons, too. With Slater. I don't think it's...
I'll go Parsons.
It could be Devontae Smith. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not. It's one of those 3.
Eagles obviously had their eye on someone. He's still there, so they tried to get up ahead of...
You know, now that you say it, the Giants probably weren't going to take a receiver. So it's got to be Parsons.
Yeah.
Because they could have waited at 12 and gotten, I think, Devontae Smith. Sunrise Jones are playing right now. Look at this lady. What she got? Is that a Jeremy Maclin jersey?
Yeah.
She's got her mask down right in his face. That's not 6 feet.
Yeah. What's going on here?
What's the point of the mask? Like, why have her wear it if she's sitting on her own?
Yeah.
All right, the pick is in. They want the receiver. I mean, it's a smart move. I like it. I just don't think they had to move up unless they did, because you know what, someone could have moved up. I think their fear of someone else was going to trade up in front of them. So Devontae Smith is going to Philadelphia. Fantasy value for him is going to be off the roof.
Could be.
I mean, he's instantly their number one receiver.
It kicks up Jalen Hurts value too, which
Yes.
is also on my team. Anyone that likes Hurts.
There you go, NFL comparison. Calvin Ridley was I was just saying. I'm going to grab some of this real quick.
Yeah, say, you said you were going to get some like an hour ago.
I know. You get rolling with this stuff.
Yeah. And with Devontae Smith, I mean, everyone bags him for being small, but he can play. If you can play, then you're fine. Look at Steve Smith. He was a small receiver, too.
Yeah.
He can play. Tyreek Hill's a small guy. He can play.
He's all right. That's a player I'm surprised you haven't tried to make a trade for. In our fantasy league, Tyreek Hill, you have the quarterback.
I did.
Huh?
I have tried.
Oh, you have tried?
Yeah.
Mark's not biting?
No.
Did he even give an idea of what he'd do for it? I'm trying to,
I forget what the trade was that I offered, but it was a quick no.
Oh. So now we got New York. This is good. By the way. Very good, very good. I think I do wish I would have got it earlier, though. When it was warmer.
Yeah. See, Giants, I say Slater. They got to give
I'm
Daniel
going Parsons. I'm going Mike Parsons here. I think you sure up your middle of your... I mean, him and Martinez could be a tackling tandem.
I can see that, too. I just think they're...
Get back to the roots of what made your franchise what it was.
I think they just need to give Daniel Jones the... Oh, another trade.
Here we go.
Giants are trading the Bears...
Quarterback.
Justin Fields.
Here's Fields.
Wonder what this cost him.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chicago Bears have traded with to move up.
It's probably Mac Jones.
Oh, jeez.
Because it's the Bears, it's going to be Mac Jones, probably.
No, that's Fields. Anthony threw out here. This is back when the Lions picked, of course. It says, with the 7th pick in the 2021 draft, the Lions pick Roger Goodell's leather chair. So now they're just discussing what just happened with the trade. They're showing Mac Jones right now. I don't know. I think it's Fields.
Well, Chicago's thinking, let's get the quarterback that's ready because we're ready to win a Super Bowl right now.
Yeah, but of course they have Andy Dalton.
Yeah.
Great shot of whoever's house this is.
Fields.
Oh, here we go. And now the Fields family comes in. Hey, you're on TV, guys. Great shot of your living room.
I think that guy had a Bears hat on.
They walked off camera.
Yeah, it's. Now, did you? I didn't hear exactly what they traded up to get at. Did you? Mm-mm. I don't want to turn the TV up too loud because I don't want the TV to really take over our microphone here. I did turn it up a little bit. So, I'm trying to think. Now, you look at the two quarterbacks between Fields and Mac Jones. Actually, is more. Would remind you a little more of. I think Andy Dalton, more of a better comparison.
Yeah. Fields has a little few more intangibles, though. The mobile.
More accurate, too.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, one of the guys that played in the championship game, college championship game, is going to be up here. Oh, Dick Buckus made it. Oh, he's giving out OHIO. Who the heck is walking down the aisle? Who the heck is this guy?
I don't know.
Okay, he's breaking down the draft-a-thon thing. The guy behind him is the guy obviously must have won something or paid something to do this. It'd be funny if the guy just all of a sudden you see him go rip it up, or completely announce a different player.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like this pick, so I'm going to say this guy. Or he hands him the card. Seriously? I mean, this is who we're taking.
Look and go, what? Oh, he's announcing the pick.
It is Fields, the quarterback.
Fields.
And apparently there's been an ownership change. Did you hear that?
Mm-mm.
He said, my Chicago Bears.
Oh, yeah, he owns them now.
Well,
I'm fine with that pick.
so here it comes. Now with him, fantasy value, here comes the question. Does he sit for a year? Or does Dalton start the season?
I think Dalton might start the season, but I don't think Dalton's got more than 4 games in him.
So are we you gonna need Tony or myself to order you that number 1 Fields jersey?
No.
Because I know you're high on quarterbacks that wear number 1.
Yeah, we'll see if that's what he ends up going with.
All right, now we got Dallas.
Dallas, Parsons.
Yeah. Which means Devontae Smith could fall to... Oh, no, he already went. Never mind. Oh, my God. Brain fart. I'm all thrown off here. So then the Chargers. I'm trying to think of...
Chargers, Slater.
Yeah. Yeah, the Chargers would have to go Slater.
Mm-hmm.
The only other option I think that they would, I don't think they go. They don't need to. I mean, they could go edge rusher, I guess. I mean, on the other side of, excuse me, Bosa, but so from a corner standpoint, I still say this is too early for corner.
Mm-hmm.
At least for. It's got to be Parsons.
Yeah.
He could trade back, though, too. So we're looking at. So the next slot for a quarterback is 15. So if at 15, so if there, who would be anyone that would want to move up? The only one that would want to move up is Washington.
I don't think they'd move up for Jones.
Now, you never know. I mean, I don't know. I think it wouldn't be a horrible. I'm just sorry. I pause. I'm really starting to think about this. That would be really crazy if Dallas made a trade with all the pickets in there to make it. So never mind my trade scenario here. Yep, I'm gonna say Parsons.
Mm-hmm. Go Parsons with
Slater is secondary.
Farley is secondary.
Oh, they're still jabbing about it. So we got up next is, and we said Slater possibly to San Diego, to Los Angeles Chargers. My phone. Sorry, I get like all these different alerts. I get like for trades and all these kinds of things.
Yeah.
So for the Chargers, though, would it be too early for them to, for example, draft an Elijah Moore or Terrence Marshall?
I stay away from Terrace Marshall. I think there's some injury concerns with him. Chargers, they don't draft Slater. I think they draft Smith. Be another weapon.
So they're trading for him? He's in Philly. Devontae Smith's in Philly.
Oh, that's right.
Which I said it 5 seconds ago. I think I said same thing. Oh, God. Look at this fan. I mean, what on earth? This guy's got, like, pajama pants on.
It's the epitome.
Who on earth is this?
The epitome of Cowboy fans.
All right, she's an Army veteran, so I definitely support that. A little too excited, though.
Mm-hmm. Cowboys wouldn't go edge this early, would they?
It's Parsons. It's got to be. It's too early. If Parsons wasn't there, I would actually say that. I would go with it. Not that much because you're picking 12 late. She just said, "How about them Cowboys?" And
Everyone boos.
yep. They went with the linebacker, Mike. I think it's a phenomenal choice.
Mm-hmm. He looks like a cowboy.
I mean, you talk about a deadly duo, him and Jalen Smith.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're going to eat a lot of tackles up.
Yeah.
Their run defense has got a lot better. Oh, there's a kid, Malcolm. Of course, Micah Parsons opted out. So he's our second opt-out to get drafted. The first, of course, was Chase.
Penny Stool.
Oh, that's right. Sometimes I forget about that. You know, like... But yeah, he's a strong tackler. Of course, Penn State is known for their linebacker play, so I definitely think that's one of the best choices that they could have made there. And they garnered a third-round pick in the process.
Mm-hmm.
So this is probably one of the few times you're going to say great moves by the Cowboys.
Yeah.
How about them Cowboys? All right, so now we got the Chargers. Who did we all pick for the Chargers originally? I went corner, he's gone. Tony went receiver, he's gone. You went tackle, Darsaw.
Oh.
I'm going to say Slater, though. Because
Yeah.
you had Slater already gone, I believe.
Yeah.
You had Slater gone to the Lions. So you did actually pick the position right for your Lions. So you got the play wrong. And then, of course, after this, we got Minnesota. Now, with Minnesota, I mean, they could go edge or offensive line. Oh, now everyone's... Oh, look at she's clapping. Yay, I did right with the trade. Actually, I think that's his daughter. I think that was Jerry Jones' daughter. So let's see. Like I said, we got the Chargers. We're both agreeing it's probably going to be Slater.
Yeah.
And no one, I don't think anyone thought he would fall this far either.
No.
But this could be a trade scenario too. You never know. So I will say the next pick, though, the Minnesota pick at 14, that could be your first edge rusher.
Yeah, I think Minnesota definitely goes defense.
What's your opinion of the hat they've been giving these guys?
I kind of like them.
It looks like a Lowe's hat.
I mean, Lowe's, Cowboys, same thing.
The design of it, the logo, and just how they have the way they have the label on it set out. It looks like it reminds me of the Lowe's sign.
Mm-hmm.
Is the pick in yet? No, we still got 2 minutes and 2.5 minutes on this Charger pick. This is fun, but I wish we had a few more people with us.
Yeah.
Well, there's Mac Jones. Just
He's probably
falling like a rock.
searching the real estate for greater Boston area.
Probably. And he seems like a kind of guy that, what do you call it, would want anyways.
Mm-hmm.
He's not flashy. He's kind of quiet.
What if they don't draft him?
Then he goes to Washington. I mean, I don't. What would they take? I don't. Because think about it, he comes there. He doesn't even have to. He can sit. He doesn't have to play. Oh, says the pick is in for the Chargers. Of course, we're at commercial, so we're gonna have to probably wait another 3 minutes because they'll come back from commercial, and then we get to watch whatever idiot sitting in the Tony, probably sitting in the chair. You know, all painted up and. We got a Kay's Jewelers commercial here with the Edmonds boys, and they show the mom, but they don't show the dad, who actually. Come on, every kiss begins with K. Nope, no kiss. Oh, but they show this guy kneeling down. Of course, we had that commercial of Kay's Jewelers, followed by another Kay's Jeweler commercial. So the Chargers are definitely picking. It's not a trade. If it's not Slater, what do you think?
Darisaw.
Yeah, it actually saying that it could also be an interior lineman too. Pouncey did just retire.
Yeah.
So with that being said, what's it? Dickerson? Who's the center from? Alabama.
I don't think you go this side.
Actually, they could go Tucker also.
Yeah. I think they just stick with Slater. I kept thinking once that they would go.
Yeah. No, I like the Slater. I'm just trying to think of options if they didn't go Slater. Mac Jones is sitting there. I mean, I know Tony, he complains about Herbert all the time. They're showing a commercial. I don't know what. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. Sorry, it's some Patriots thing. It looks like they're talking about Brady primarily.
As they should.
Is it a 30 for 30?
For Brady to get a 40 for 40.
All right, come on, people. All right, so the pick's been in for how long now? All right, so the Mel's board shows Rashawn Slater, Vera Tucker, Mac Jones, Elijah Moore, and Jalen Phillips. So potentially Phillips could be your next pick at Minnesota. But I think they have to go O-line. Slater's got to be the choice. You know, I mean, of course they are in LA, so it would be a huge, you know, if you're looking from a Charger fan standpoint, if they were to draft Tucker, it'd be a huge popular move too, though. Mm-hmm. That was one thing I did see. They were talking about NFL teams. They said if it was close, if there was two players and they were close, that majority of the teams would look at the player that did not opt out first.
Hmm.
Oh, never mind. I thought all I saw was the pick is in. They were just showing Tucker's family, which they have horrible lighting. They'd been better off just having the people outside.
Yeah.
You know, the Chargers are another one of those teams where, I mean, a good play here, a switch of a play here or there, they're in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. I mean, they were actually a very competitive team last year. Very close games. Actually, if I remember, the game where it was Herbert versus, or where Herbert had to play against Cincinnati was the day you traded him to Tony. That's where Herbert showed his value.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Pick is in. He's up there. It is Slater. A tackle out of Northwestern. Well, Tony, hoping you're happy with your new tackle. Unless you move him to guard. Of course, he was another opt-out from Northwestern. There's Pat Fitzgerald, the coach.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty solid player in college.
Yeah.
If you remember Fitzgerald or not. I don't know a lot about Slater other than he went to Northwestern.
Yeah, that's all I.
Pretty interesting looking suit. They say he's 6'4", 304. They list him as a tackle, but like I said, I did hear potential of him getting moved to guard because he's better at run blocking than he is at pass blocking.
Mm-hmm.
So now we got Minnesota. This could be our first edge rusher. Or this could be Tucker. This is a spot where I think you go either offensive line or you go edge rusher. Or they trade. I mean, they could even trade out. So if they go edge...
Holy cow. So going back to the Bears trade, what they had to give up to move up to get Justin Fields. They got the 11 pick from the Giants for their 20. The 5th round this year, a 2022 first and 4th.
They gave up more than that to get Trubisky, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean, if he pans out, it's probably worth it.
Yeah, probably.
So, if it's edge rusher, this could be Phillips. This could be Pay, Rasay.
Who?
Greg, the one from Miami.
Rousseau?
Rousseau. That's why you're here. So right now, this I got 2.5 minutes on the Minnesota pick, and then it's New England, and I mean it's hard to say that won't be. I'm gonna grab a drink. It's hard to say though. It's not going to be Mac Jones to New England.
It's hard to say New England won't take Mac Jones there. Yeah.
I mean, given first of all, he does have a relationship coaches, the Belichick and Saban.
Trade.
Oh. I did say, didn't I?
Yep.
Who's it with? The Jets. Mac Jones. Okay, so
Who the Jets?
running back?
Yeah. 'Cause Arizona might have drafted a running back. Which one?
Etienne.
Yeah. I think that's ETN then.
Or you go Najee Harris and you have P. Ryan still, so you have your change. So you do actually have a duo.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what else this could be. You're not trading up. You're not trading up for one of the linemen because none of them are going to be.
No.
I mean, so and of course we don't even know what's been traded yet either.
Yeah.
Wow.
Where were the Jets picking initially?
They didn't have another first, did they?
I thought they had 2.
Maybe they did. Yeah, you're right. 23.
From 23 to 14.
And the pick is in. Arizona wasn't going to take a running back at 16.
They talked about it.
Yeah, I don't know. But was that before or after they signed Connor?
Doesn't matter. Connor's might not even make the team.
And we're going to commercial. All right, now I'm going to grab a drink real quick.
Who would the Jets trade up for?
It's either Harris or Etienne. You need anything?
I'm good right now, thanks. Yeah, I can see the Jets maybe going for, it's got to be ETN or
Najee Harris. It's not going to be Williams.
No, that's an interesting spot. Like, who's ahead of them that would have drafted who they were looking for?
They couldn't go on a commercial after the pick was in?
Yeah.
I mean, after they announced it? All right. Oh, there's a trade. They got the dog in the deal, too. So they're just showing a commercial with Aaron Rodgers and State Farm. So let's try to look at this. If it's not a running back, what on earth else would it be?
Receiver?
You'd stay at 23.
That's the thing, like, I don't know who would they trade up to that would.
Okay, so it's not a quarterback. So it's running back is probably the choice.
Yeah.
The receivers they could have got comparable receiver, any of
Yeah.
them at 23.
Offensive line?
Tucker.
I think so.
If they really liked Tucker,
Feel like we got the quarterback, we should probably try and protect him more.
so your offensive line, it would sure up their left side because you put them at left guard.
I'll go with that. I just don't think they would.
But, well, he wouldn't have been there at 23. Tucker would have gone between now, and like I said, Tucker might have gone at 14.
I think I'll go with that just because they don't.
Because you got, so running backs. Where your running backs fall? Well, they were in front of the Steelers, so that was a running back spot. So they didn't have to trade up in front of unless they thought the Steelers would move up. So the Vikings obviously were picking. He's up there. Raiders. They had to get in front of Miami. Miami's a running spot. Yep, they went with the guard. It's actually a good move.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we know who's getting drafted next.
Yeah, he was talking to his.
I don't
real
think they
estate
meant.
agent.
I don't think they meant to show that because they make a big thing like they're trying not to show him if they're on the phone.
Yeah.
And they just happen to show him when he's on the phone, like smiling. So the Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker, the guard from
Someone
USC.
taping this with their flip phone from 2000.
It was very, very poor quality of video. But yeah, it's a good pick for them to shore up that left side.
Yeah. Because they drafted Becton last year.
So
That'd be good left side now.
You know, maybe P. Ryan will finally have a chance to maybe get rolling. I still wouldn't be shocked to see him draft a running back in this draft, though.
No, they'll still probably take a running back. The Jets on the clock again.
No, they just haven't changed the logo yet. Yeah, they're getting multiple picks at 14.
Get 14A and 14B.
It's not going to matter. You could let them have 32 picks at pick 14. And
Yeah. Jets are on the clock.
What the heck? Come on, ESPN. Let's get our stuff
All right,
together here.
This is their third reset of the clock with the Jets on it, so they're 14 A, B, and C.
No, this is definitely going to be Mac Jones. I don't think there's really another. So now we go to Arizona. We'll move on to Arizona and come back once they actually make the announcement.
Patriots are on the clock now.
Now they're on the clock.
Jets weren't fast enough. They forfeited their 14 B and C picks.
So this is obviously so the Cardinals. Now the Cardinals actually could be now we're starting to talk where remember I said earlier at 10 it was too early for Fairley or Newsome. Mm-hmm. Now at 16 for the Cardinals it's not going to be too early. It's probably right where it should be.
I'm going to go Newsome for the Cardinals because they lost Peterson. They need to put some in that corner spot.
Fairley's a hard one just because of that injury. Otherwise,
I usually kind of ignore some of the injury stuff, but I've heard multiple spots say that they're expecting Farley to need surgery.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, the pick is in here for the.
Is that one of the Kennedys?
I think it's the principal from head of the class.
Nope, it's Don Cox. He looks scared. He wasn't prepared to be drafted today.
His mask like it's about to cover his eyes.
Yeah.
Is it Don Kahn? I thought you said Don Cox.
Cox.
It looks like an N up there though on the board. Come on, Don. Nice bowl cut.
He's part owner of the Raiders. Oh. What?
Yep, the quarterback.
Who? What a surprise. I was going to walk 4 miles to get to the stage.
He's already winded. Wow, he's like a top speed.
I know, he's just a little bit faster than Kyle Rudolph. Be like, Brady who?
Yeah.
Cam who?
Well, let's talk about Mac Jones real quick. He's not playing right away.
No.
I'm not saying he won't play in 2021, but I think it's going to be, they've already given him the...
No, he's already got Cam's number. Does that mean Cam's been traded to the free agents?
The Packers. No, Mac Jones, though, he's going to be sit behind and learn. He's not, they're not going to put him out day one.
Cam Newton's going to teach him how to run.
Yeah, just start barreling into people.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the Patriots have upgraded their offense quite a bit. So he's got weapons around him for sure. But doesn't have, I mean, they're more like, would role players be a better fit?
Mm-hmm.
The Cardinals did not wait long. I'm going to say, for the Cardinals, I'm going to go Fairley. You go Newsom.
I'll go Newsom.
And we'll both be wrong.
Probably
It's going to be...
Nico Collins.
Oh my God, if they went receiver, it'd be like...
I know.
Trying to think, if it wasn't... Let's say it's not corner.
Mm-hmm. The running back, I think. Who's that guy?
Is that his family? Is that like Mac Jones' family or something?
They were like, we're rich.
I like this down in Alabama.
Calm down, Mel. Gonna blow a gasket.
All right, so... I don't think there's an offensive lineman you go this high on.
No. I don't think they need that. They talk about needing a receiver, but I don't see them needing a receiver. They could use a running back, but I don't think you really need to draft a running back here. They could go edge.
No, I'd say they'd go... Jeremiah Owasu, the Notre Dame linebacker.
No.
You just lost Reddick. I don't know what team.
That was a senior thesis. I think he's in Alabama.
Oh, which way I go?
My left or your left?
Run, Mac, run! Sorry, I have a little humor with it. Hopefully no one from Alabama's offended. Not that I haven't had to apologize to anyone in this stream before.
Taking a pounding.
Moving along. All right, so we got Arizona. I mean, it's got to be corner. So then we go to the Raiders.
The Raiders. Man, the Raiders need offensive line help bad as they have nothing.
I think it's interior line, though. I think that's maybe where you see... That could be where you see the either Leatherwood or Dickerson from either one of the Alabama guys going. Offensive lineman.
Yeah, I'll go Leatherwood. Leatherwood. I dare size.
Well, they did just lose their center. Because they by choice, they traded him away.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. He's got like a bicycle helmet on.
He rode his bike a long way. Oh?
They went with the linebacker, Zayvon Collins.
Not where I thought they'd go there, but...
Well, I did just say 5 seconds ago, I did say linebacker.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the one I said.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to turn to you because you're our Tulsa expert. Tell me about Zayvon Collins.
He's definitely a linebacker you don't want to see coming at you. Because he can tackle you. And in football, you don't want to be tackled. So when Zayvon Collins is the one who tackles, you don't want to be the one to be tackled.
He can intercept, too.
Yes. He's got good speed. He's got good size. He's got a motor and won't quit.
You're making this up, aren't you?
Yeah. He's got that je ne sais quoi that you prefer in your linebackers. He doesn't like the color green. So he's obviously going to be good when you're playing the Jets,
Eagles.
Eagles, Dolphins.
The field.
Yeah. You don't want to tackle the field.
So my question is, why didn't he go to for college? Why did he go to Tulsa and not
Oklahoma?
no
One of the other 266.
Boise State? They got the blue field.
Well, he doesn't like blue either.
Isn't Tulsa blue?
Yeah. I don't know. I got nothing.
Yeah.
Next.
Moving along. So we're onto the Raiders here. I mean, they got so much going on with that last pick that we're showing Mac Jones again.
Yeah.
All right.
The Raiders desperately need offensive line.
All right. So do we throw this out here? So he's already replaced Tom Brady. He's the new GOAT and all that stuff. Tom
No.
Brady who?
Nope. Mac Jones won't amount to anything.
I know. All right. So we got the Raiders. We're both thinking offensive linemen.
So they'll probably draft receiver. Oh, that's Bad Bunny.
All right, so if it was an offensive lineman, it's not going to be a receiver, at least it shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm. You can use safety, but it's too early for any of the safeties. Corner, you always use corners. I don't think they go through corner.
They don't really need to go interior line.
Yeah. Pass rusher. There's still a.
You got Farrell and Crosby,
That's true.
and they also acquired Yannick.
Ngakwe.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't need edge. Have to go offensive line then. Maybe another running back.
It makes the most sense. He's making that because they got, of course, Josh Jacobs, and they acquired Kenyon Drake.
And they already had two decent backup guys there.
It's got to be offensive line because right now you got Incognito at left guard. It's not going to be a tackle. It's going to be interior.
How many years has Incognito played? It seems like he's been around for like 20.
A long time. Yeah, it's got to be interior line. So it's either going to be a guard or a center. Like I said, Leatherwood. And Leatherwood, you could potentially even move in a tackle if you wanted.
Yeah.
So the nice thing about Leatherwood, he's kind of like that Bruce Matthews, where he's kind of can go all over the place. Or like I said, you just lost your center.
Mm-hmm.
So taking Dickerson out of Alabama wouldn't be a horrible decision either.
Mm-mm. I'll go Dickerson.
That's what I'm going to pick as well. And then who's up next? We got Miami. This could be a running back spot at Miami.
Probably Rondale Moore.
I hope not. I'm trying to think of what else could Miami. It'd have to be one of the running backs.
Yeah. That's what you would think.
So right now, the ESPN is running down all the quarterbacks that have been taken.
No, it's just the top of the draft.
Oh,
Just kidding.
no, is this? Oh, someone has sent in our league thing that sent something, I think. Tony's very excited, apparently, that the Chargers got Slater.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations, Tony. Too bad you weren't here. Oh, there we look at Dolphins, Jalen Waddle. They had to throw right in my face again.
Yep.
I mean, I guess Darsaw wouldn't be a horrible pick right here either.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the ones I've heard also could be moved to inside.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Is that Blitnikoff? I don't understand the point of having the people in the chairs.
They probably
Paid something?
paid something. Yeah.
The Raiders are picking. Alex Leatherwood. And we mentioned him.
Yep. It's not even in the frame.
All right, so now we got Miami.
ETN.
As a Dolphins fan, I want Travis Etienne very, very badly. If they don't go running back, what do you think Miami does?
Darisaw? Who's their offensive line?
Well, technically, if I remember, they still really haven't replaced Tunsil. So they took Austin Jackson last year. That's your tackle, one of your tackles at least. They could use interior line, so this Dickerson actually wouldn't be a bad pick with the center. And if they take Dickerson, you just gave Tua one of his old centers back.
Davis wearing Crocs? Al Davis Jr. looked like he was wearing Crocs in there.
Why wouldn't he? They're still in style, aren't they?
Match the haircut. Pick is in. Is there an ETN jersey in your future?
Maybe.
Waddle?
No. But I will say this. I would actually be happy if it's Dickerson.
That's hard to believe he'd be around that late.
So who's up? Well, Washington's after this.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go Kwity Paye for Washington. Because I like the idea of having Chase Young and Kwity Paye in the...
That would be nasty.
Yep.
Let me ask you this, though. Could it be Trask?
No. No, I don't think any other quarterbacks go in the first round.
Never say never.
Never. No quarterbacks to go the rest of the round. Dolphins pick is in.
So I wonder if they have a different fan, or do they have the same? Like, I mean, seriously, does each team so? Theoretically, do they have 32 fans for each team lined up? You think, or is it the same person? Because what if someone traded for every? It's a different person.
Yeah. I don't know.
That guy's lazy. Didn't really move.
I was just going to... Did mention defensive end. I was just gonna say maybe it'll be
Um,
Jalen Phillips jersey in the future.
I'm not upset with the pick. Keeps the kid in home.
Yeah.
If I remember, he was the top defensive pass rusher available. So no, it's not a horrible pick.
No.
I would actually rather see him take him at 6. Not happy with the Jalen Waddle pick. Just throwing that out there. If I haven't said that already. So let's see. Now we got Washington. Redskin. The football team.
The potatoes.
Offensive line or defense. So
I'm just sticking with Quiddy Pay that I think I had paid to him when we did our mock the other Saturday. So
you did. Tony had Zach, and I had Rousseau. Same thing. And it's too. I don't know if you take Darsaw here. Although it wouldn't be a horrible decision to go offensive line here.
yeah, I don't think they go offensive line here.
Well,
Like you say, maybe thinking receiver. You know, they don't really need.
they don't need a receiver. This won't be a receiver pick. There's no tight ends you would take this early.
Don't need a running
I'm
back.
telling you, offensive line is a massive need here, at least for the left side. You don't need pay. I mean, you got Chase Young and Montez Sweat on the outside, unless you're going to move Sweat to linebacker.
I thought Sweat was the linebacker.
He's interchangeable. Hybrid, I think, is the. You got Jonathan Allen at defensive tackle. I mean, literally, their entire defensive, all 4 defensive front are all first-round picks. You're not. I don't see it being pay. If anything, it'd be a linebacker. So that could be that the kid out of Notre Dame,
It could be.
JOK. If they were to go corner, it wouldn't be a horrible decision either. I mean, really, their whole defensive backfield is minus Landon Collins. I'm going to say linebacker, actually. It's either... I'm going to say linebacker first, and then I'm going to say Darsaw the tackle second.
We will find out soon.
And then who's up after? Now we're back to the Giants
The
pick.
Giants are back up.
So that's something else that Washington's probably going to have to consider if they're looking at a similar position. You figure the Giants are going to go. See, the Giants could be a pay pick. That could be an edge rusher pick. That could also be. At that point, you're not taking a receiver. None of the receivers, at least not that high, that are left.
I go Giants. I go Darsaw.
Although a corner wouldn't be a horrible pick either.
No.
I feel like
Originally,
there's-
Brett Michaels from the famous band Poison wanted Slash in the band over CeCe DeVille.
as they should.
I can't picture how they would have sounded with Slash over CeCe.
Better.
Better.
I mean, you that's like saying, would you rather have?
Eddie Van Halen or
I was gonna try to give it a sports reference.
Don Dawkins.
I was gonna give it a sports reference actually.
Would you rather have Jalen Waddle for Devontae Smith.
Would you rather have B.J. Armstrong or Isaiah Thomas?
B.J. Armstrong.
Wow, really?
I hate Isaiah Thomas.
Okay, so that was a bad example. Would you rather have... Here you go. Would you rather have Adrian Dantley or Mark Aguirre?
Adrian Dantley.
Really? I'd take Aguirre. Anyways,
You say Aguirre or Mugwire?
Aguirre.
Oh, I would take Mugwire. Just get the pick in.
Come on, here we go. Okay. There's the commissioner. Oh, there he is. So the Washington pick is in.
I kind of forgot about him.
So they went Jamin Davis, a linebacker out of Kentucky. I got the position right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to you, our Kentucky football expert. Break down Jamin Davis. What's he good at?
Jamin Davis, he's got that motor and won't quit on you. He's got great speed, great vision.
Sounds like Zaven Collins.
He's a winner.
Wait, was he on the basketball team? Speaking of basketball, I might as well check my fantasy basketball lineup, see how I'm doing.
Where's number 44? I think that's a decent number for a linebacker.
Let's see. 'Cause everyone probably wants to know. Oh, now I'm up 8-3. But the hockey one's closer now. I'm up 6-4 in hockey. But there's plenty of week to go. So. So I think some of the Lions set some kind of draft history.
Taking a good player.
That's actually pretty good.
And I like the team. Giants.
All right, so Giants. It's not a receiver.
I'm going to say Darisaw or Quiddy Pay.
I'm actually going to say Barrymore. Interior defensive line. With the linebacker from Notre Dame as my backup, JOK. They still got 4 minutes in their pick. Hey, ESPN, I'm about to say this would actually be a good opportunity to go to break. And they are. Oh, but this one they go split screen. Okay. This entire draft, they have not done one split screen once. And they picked now to do it.
Yeah.
So after the Giants, then up next we got Indianapolis, followed by Tennessee. Let's see, the Colts.
Colts need offensive line.
Yep. Which is weird because I would say they have one of the best offensive lines in football, but it's because they lost their left tackle.
Yeah.
So that could be a Darsaw.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where the camera's. Mayfield.
Yeah.
They could go corner as well there.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tennessee Tennessee's probably that could be a corner or that could be a receiver slot because they just lost Davis.
I don't think they go receiver there. I still think they can stick with defense. They don't have any corners. They don't have to take a corner.
That guy just came out of the bathroom, looks like.
Yeah, that's Gettleman. That's the guy in charge.
He's all disheveled.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
Who's this?
What is going on here? It's like a still frame except for 1 foot.
They show the Quiddy Tway. Or
Quiddy Tway. I told a Quiddy.
The Quiddy Pay family. And they're like in this dark room and it's like dead silent and no one's moving.
People in the front row were like, what are the worst color combinations to wear on TV to clash?
I will say though,
red and blue, like
I will
Spider-Man.
Unless those people had something to quick throw on, like they have like one for each team.
Yeah.
So they know like, okay, so we're up, so we're going to throw this color on.
Red and blue.
It's a massive change color when there's a trade takes place.
Red and blue. Quiddy Pay. Kitty Play.
So, like I said, I'm going to say... I said Barrymore. I'm going to stay with him, even though no one's talking about him right now. And then I'm going to go linebacker JOK second.
Legit. Starting to get the part of the draft where I don't have a clue.
Well, this is where a lot of movement can take place, too.
Yeah.
He's not a fan of pay. Maybe that's why they're not looking too happy on the TV.
Could be. They're like, damn that Lewis Riddick.
Oh, the pick is in. And then we got, what, Indianapolis.
Najee Harris.
Well, I don't care if Najee Harris goes right here, but I do care if he goes at 21.
Yeah.
Najee Harris at Tennessee at 22.
It's seamless.
Well, at least LT showed up.
Yeah. It's like he just got done mowing the lawn.
So the pick is in. He's about to announce it. The receiver.
Oh.
I like it.
I don't want him to go there. Hate the Giants.
I like it for him, though. I mean, you get him. You got, him and Galladay and Shepard plus Slayton. I mean, that's.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna blow you away, but it's
Which team did I go to?
Yeah, all the hats.
All the hats right there. It's like high school kids like declare like what college you're going to. They have like 15 hats. I have chosen this school.
He grabbed the wrong hat by accident.
Yeah. Percy Harvin?
Yeah, he's definitely a fast player. Small. So here's a player. So now we can actually talk about someone that could go in our fantasy draft. Where do you see Tony going?
Him?
Yeah, Kadarius Tony, not Tony Mize.
I see him second round.
Yeah, I mean he's not gonna be a first rounder. Yeah, definitely. I'd say somewhere, if not in the probably late second,
Yeah, I think if someone had
early
multiple,
third.
I think if someone had multiple picks in the second round, that'd be a good target.
I mean, it wouldn't be a bad pick, really, for Mark to take with one of his first-round picks. I'd support that.
That'd be a good spot, too.
No, but all seriousness, I mean, he's going. The only thing that hurts him, though, or I guess it could either hurts him or it helps Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
I'm personally not sold on Daniel Jones.
He's interesting because he had his rookie year. He was actually pretty solid, and then last year he was awful. So which one is he? That's why I thought they're going to go offensive line here is to help him. Yeah. But I mean, I guess they kind of helped him with another receiver.
See, I'm trying to think his first year. He didn't have. Okay, so his rookie year was the year they traded away Beckham, if I remember correctly, right?
I think so, yeah.
So he never had Beckham. So he had Sterling Shepard, and he's always had Ingram.
Ingram, Shepard.
Well, and Slayton.
I couldn't remember.
But Slayton's not like.
Better than Shepard.
Shepard is a disappointment.
Yeah.
Because I really thought Shepard was actually going to turn out to be really good. Okay, so now we got Indianapolis. We're both saying this has got to. I think this has got to be a tackle.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say Darsaw.
Me too.
Let's see. No, you had. Oh, it's kind of funny. Oh my god. So Tony, I actually had Darsaw here. You had Mayfield because you had Darsaw already gone. That actually might be a funny one to actually start getting if we start getting these late ones right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we bombed on the first half of the draft, but
we get all the late random ones.
Pick is not in yet. I don't see. Well, actually, this could be a trade spot because if there's a team that wanted to move in front of, let's say there's a team that wanted to move in front of the Steelers for the running back, this would be one of those spots. This Tennessee would be a spot to trade up to.
Yeah. I don't think they trade here. I think they keep it and get the lineman.
I'm surprised the Colts actually haven't signed one of those Chiefs tackles yet.
Yeah, just.
I mean, you have Eric Fisher and Mitchell Schwartz sitting out there.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you?
I think Fisher's issue is they're not sure when he's even going to be ready to play again. I know Kansas City said talks with him about coming back.
Yeah.
And they cutting him, I think, was. If he didn't get injured, I don't think they would have. But injured plus the money. It was just. They couldn't keep everyone else going with him on the team. Pick is in.
Well, the pick is in. The Colts kept it. They didn't trade it. Of course, we're still waiting for him to come back.
Yeah. Maybe Snoop can tell us who they picked.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Goodyear tire commercial again. These commercials, some of them I just don't understand.
Yeah. Like, that's the best you could come up with? It probably cost them millions of dollars to brainstorm that idea.
Oh.
Cleveland, I'm coming to you.
Trade me now.
Don't make it obvious you're reading a cue card.
His eyes are just rolling.
Yeah.
Here's my question. So they're showing him in this like phenomenal looking office area. Is that really where he keeps his Man of the Year award trophy at, or?
It's probably a closet in their basement or something.
Oh boy, who's Mel Kiper?
Oh, the Colts are drafting Andrew Luck again, just in case.
What are your thoughts on Carson Wentz going to Colts?
I don't know.
I mean, with the minus, of course, that we just said they needed a left tackle.
Yeah.
And that's all because he retired.
I think he's an upgrade over Old Man Rivers. I think hopefully being reunited with the coach can bring back rejuvenate him some.
Better receiving core.
Yeah, he's got the talent.
Better running game.
Yeah, maybe if he can get his head straight and it'll be good for him.
It's for offensively. It's actually as a whole, it's a better team.
Yeah.
This was actually the Colts, of course. Boy, I'm an idiot, but I had the Colts actually in the Super Bowl last year.
I thought they had a shot. I did think Rivers was their weak spot, though.
Well, I looked at them as they were going to run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to win running it, but then they had Phillips. This was going to be his. Was this guy supposed to be Tony Dungy? So here's my. Oh, well, I'll ask that question in a second. The pick is in.
Cool.
They went Quiddy Pay.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm kind of a closet Colts fan. Like I'm not a fan, but
Now there's excitement, and the lights came on too. They were like in a dark room 5 seconds ago. Why do they have like an Eagles sign going there?
they didn't know. Thought they were going there too. He's got like a Black Panther suit. Wakanda forever.
So now we're up to the Titans. Where did my little sheet go? So for the Titans, we could be looking at defensive back here.
Yeah, I don't think there's a.
We could also be looking at. I mean, they could be looking at receiver, but I don't know. Now that Tony would have been the next receiver I had going.
I thought Elijah Moore would have been, but I think Tennessee, they're going to go with the corner. Is it Farley or Newsom?
Yeah, either one.
Or Stokes. Could be a sneaky one. Was it Eric
This
Stokes?
could be Darsaw, too.
Nope.
Because...
Can't win with them.
What?
I just don't think it's going to be.
They bring in Vernon Davis?
Is that The Rock? No fanny pack.
No, the reason I said that is, if you look at the left side, their offensive line is very strong. The right side is kind of questionable for the Titans. But who are you suggesting it might be?
I think it's either Newsom, Farley, or Stokes.
Actually, this wouldn't be a bad choice also if they to go D-line. I don't know. This might be a receiver pick too. I mean, it's obviously A.J. Brown's phenomenal, but I'll be right back. I know. I think it's actually. I'm gonna go receiver. I just don't know which one.
Yeah.
Because if you don't address receiver here, you're not picking until, what, middle to end of the second.
Mm-hmm. Interesting thoughts. Could be a receiver for Tennessee here, but I just think that I don't know. I just think they have worse corners on the team than receivers, so I think it's got to be one of those corners. Which one, I just not sure on. They're showing here the Titans. They lost Corey Davis, Jonnu Smith, Adam Humphries, which they still got Firkser at tight end, so that helps. But receiver-wise, pretty thin.
Here's the thing about Tennessee, why it has to be a receiver. Everyone knows that Tennessee's going to run the ball.
Yeah.
And if you only have one true receiving threat, what are they going to do? They're just they're gonna double cover him. You need something else. So personally, which receiver would I go with? It's either gonna be Moore or Bateman.
Yeah, those are the ones. That's what they just showed here. I like Bateman more. And those corners, I think they're probably just going to keep dropping because there's questions on them all still. I'll go Bateman.
If Fairley didn't have an issue as far as injury,
he would have been gone already.
I think if he didn't, yeah, he would have been gone by already. You're right. Or this would have been his spot.
Mm-hmm.
Pick is in. What about the receiver from Purdue?
No, he's too small. He's like 5'7". I don't think he'd have to go 3 somewhere.
Please give the ball to Derrick Henry.
I think they did. Does he need more carries?
Sweet Caroline, ba ba ba. Good times never feel so good.
Feels so good.
So good, so
So
good,
good.
so good. Sorry, folks. What does tighten up actually mean?
Atlanta already had to rise up, so they had to,
I've never understood the rise up, tighten up.
like tighten up.
What's
Pick the
the
guard.
what's the Bucks one? It has something with a ship, doesn't it? Raise the flag. Some of these sayings I just don't. I mean, look at this guy. Is he holding a blanket?
It's probably cold there. It's outside.
Okay. Oh, here's my question. So after this draft, does that chair get burned?
Yeah, I wouldn't want it back.
It's not going back to his house. I can tell you that.
Probably get a new one that smells like oak.
Why is she the only one that's come up there? All the rest sit in the chair. You know, I'll say this after he makes the announcement. It's gonna be my take on how the NFL draft has evolved over the years.
He's all by himself.
If he's healthy, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, this guy has, like, no one, like...
No one's there to help celebrate with him?
No, is there a head in the corner?
Maybe.
Has he not realized he just got drafted? I mean, this guy just got drafted. He's, like, not even, like...
No one's told him he's been drafted yet. Minnesota.
All right, so the Vikings are up now. I'm gonna go with the Miami pass rusher,
Rousseau. I'll go Newsome here.
Okay.
What do I have on this one?
Well, remember this pick was not Minnesota though.
True.
So this would have been the Jets. You had Rousseau.
Oh.
It was the Jets. And I had looks like Tony. So, anyways, here's my take on how the NFL draft has evolved. You know, I remember when I was a kid, and even, you know, in the early 2000s, it was, of course, at Radio City Music Hall.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they did have some people there, but they just were kind of there, and they would cheer, and it's just, to me, it's become too... goofy.
Yeah, they told him now.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, you see all these people up here, and there's, like, all these people, and they're all painted up and wearing these ridiculous outfits. Like, you know, and they got them sectioned off. It's just... It takes... To me, it takes the class out of the event. It makes it like it's like a sideshow. Like it's a circus down there. It's like a circus.
Yeah, I think you do it now more for just the fans' interaction. That's what they're going for.
Maybe I'm getting old.
Yeah. That was a get off my lawn comment.
Yeah, I want to watch, hear the analysis of what's going on. I don't need to see the tighten up, right, raise the flag, rise up,
Yeah.
12th man.
I think I
wouldn't mind ordering that motor helmet.
I'll have to look into it.
Be a motorhead.
Picks in.
Pick is in for Minnesota.
Like his new really wanted.
So back to the really quick on that Titan pick. I think if he's healthy, I think it's a great pick.
Yeah.
It gives them, and obviously they're in a division though. So yeah, what? They just had Trevor Lawrence get drafted.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're in a division though where really the only team that they have to face is what, the Colts, that probably have like a scary receiving threat.
Yeah.
I mean, Shark and Chenault and stuff are... I don't know how scary that group is in Tennessee. And the one in, obviously, Houston's fallen apart from what it was. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
no longer, no Fuller, no Hopkins. Yeah. I mean, could you make the argument that the AFC South is the worst division in football?
Yeah, I think there's an argument there.
I mean, I think in a way you could almost say, and I know a lot of people are going to ridicule me for saying this, I think you could make the argument that right now Trevor Lawrence is the best quarterback in the division. No one knows what's going to happen with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you were going to take, okay, so let's say this. People got to take blinders off and don't look at that, you know, here we are in 2021. Don't look at the body of work. You have to just look at if they were coming out of college. So if Deshaun Watson, Carson Wentz, and Trevor Lawrence are all in the same NFL draft together in the same time, Trevor Lawrence would have still been the first pick.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, you know, who knows? He could end up being a bust, but I don't think he will. I'm just really curious what is going to happen in Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, Houston is not a good situation at
No.
all. Because, remember I said earlier how I could see the Jets picking at 2 again next year?
Mm-hmm.
I could see the Texans being the first overall pick next year.
Yeah. Their team is not good at all.
Especially if Watson gets in suspended or whatever.
Even if he criminally doesn't get in any trouble, I think there's still a suspension coming for him. I mean, Mahomes can't have a crib like that.
Probably even nicer.
Yeah, like
Right now they're about to announce the Minnesota pick, and we got Pittsburgh up. Got to be our first running back spot going here with Pittsburgh.
I don't think Pittsburgh takes the running back.
No?
No.
Well, we'll talk about that in a second, won't we? Here we got the taking the stage. Commissioner Goodell.
Goddle.
Tackle Darisaw. Guess what? You got the pick right.
Yay.
Didn't you?
No, I think I took.
Oh, you took... Oh, yeah. I got it right. Nope, never mind. I didn't either. Someone did, didn't they? Nope, no one did. No one did. So now we got Pittsburgh. Okay. So who do you think it's going to be? If you don't think this is a running back spot, then who do you think this is?
I think it's going to be defense. Who are the edge or linebacker?
Well, Rasay.
Or so.
There's linebacker. If you're looking at pure linebacker, there's Jeremiah. Okay, the one from Notre Dame.
Okay.
I mean, Bolton would be the next linebacker. But if you're talking, you were looking for more of a pass rusher, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, there's OE, the Penn State one. There's Rasay, the one from Georgia. I'm trying to think. Barrymore's still out there.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be him.
The Steelers pick is in. I just
I'll take the
don't.
Notre Dame guy.
This has got to be Najee. I mean, if you talk about a guy that's been linked to this team since day one.
That's why I think it's not him. If everyone's right, they're wrong.
I mean, can you rely on Benny Snell to be your running back for...
No, I think they'll
Because
still...
the next time they come around, unless they were to trade up in the second round, the next time they come up, Harris and Etienne are both going to be gone. So they're not going to get... They might be lucky and pull out Javonte Williams or Carter, but they're not going to pull...
No, I think they probably hold out and get a Sermon, because Sermon's almost like a Le'Veon Bell.
Who did we pick for the Steelers here? So you picked linebacker J.O.K. So did Tony. And I went Leatherwood. Jimmy Clausen. Even Kuiper saying it's me running back. Eh?
Yeah. I mean, it probably is, but I just felt like going against
Here we go.
grain. booing really loud.
It is running back Najee Harris. Okay. So Jacksonville is back on the clock. I think this might be ETN, by the way. Well, maybe not. Actually, maybe not.
I'm gonna go Morig for Jacksonville.
The safety.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Najee Harris for a second. In all seriousness, is he the first overall pick in our fantasy draft this year?
Probably.
I mean, obviously we don't know where ETN's going.
Yeah.
But
it's hard to say. I mean, that's a really good spot for him. The only thing he doesn't have is he's not a good pass catcher, so he's probably not going to be the third down back. That'll probably be McFarland or Snell. But he's a strong runner, so.
I mean, really, like, it's not like they're counting on Derrick Henry to. Not that I'm comparing him to Derrick Henry. I'm just saying, like, Derrick Henry's counted on to. You know, if this kid gets 1,000 yards rushing, I don't think they really care. You know, as much.
Who can get 1,000 yards rushing nowadays, though?
Well, it's gonna get a lot. Yeah, it's gonna be easier, definitely, for people to get 1,000 yards now that they added a whole game. Wow, I mean, just watch his athletic ability. He's like leaping over people left and right.
Yeah, but he had Mac Jones trying to get him the ball.
But oh no, did you see that pass though?
That was an awful pass. There's one catch. There's two catches. I mean, if the ball's right in your hands.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's jumping over people, throwing people aside. You know, this might be Dennis's pick. I mean, Dennis might be pick. You know, he's obviously got choices. He's gonna have the entire draft to look at, but if he picks him number 1 overall, no one's gonna argue it and say that was a bad pick.
1 overall, it's either gotta be him or Jalen Waddle.
Nice shot.
Wow, Alabama with 6 first-round picks.
Here's where it gets intrigue. So Mark has the 3rd overall pick in our draft as a diehard Steelers fan. Does Mark try to make a deal with Dennis? Say, hey, flip-flop 1 and 3.
If that's who he wants, he's going to have to pay up. Seems like he'd be smart off trying to trade for a quarterback since Watson isn't going to play this year. It's just finding the right person that has a stash of quarterbacks of utmost talent.
You know, but it'd be interesting because obviously we all project our top 3 picks are going to be running backs. I think we both agree it's either going to be Harris or ETN first, and the other one will go second.
Yeah.
So now we are to Jacksonville, though. So you said the safety.
Yeah.
Obviously, they could go also.
There's a lot of places they could really
This could
go.
This actually could be this could be more.
It could be.
Trying to think of what offensive lineman would be a potential good fit here if they were to go offensive line. So now we're starting to get kind of down on the offensive line as well. I mean,
who's the next best list?
Tevin Jenkins would be your next top one.
Yeah, they're not going to go.
But Jenkins was listed higher than Leatherwood, and Leatherwood went first.
Yeah, I don't think they go O-line here. I think it's a safety, or it could be like that away, or whatever that guy's name is.
Oh, the pass rusher.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely need to upgrade that.
Those are my 2. I think it could be.
Would you knock him if they went running back, though?
Yes. I don't think they need to. I think they need to use another right back, but I don't think they need to go here for a running back.
Obviously, I think a tight end will eventually be a need for this team. I just don't. I wouldn't say there's no one here that in this draft that you're going to take it this early. Offensive line wise, it wouldn't be horrible if they shored up the right side. You know, maybe the interior right side or even the center position.
Yeah. I just don't see it going O line here.
So you're saying the safety, right?
Go safety, OA, or ETN. Just because that piss off Tony.
I'm going to go Moore. I'm going to go Elijah Moore, the receiver. And then they're done with they're done with the receivers at that point. You know, but here's another thing to think about is Urban Meyer, you know, depending on how he looks at his team.
Trey Sermon?
No, it'd be ETN, because he's going to look at ETN was the one that kind of... I don't know, I like the idea of maybe putting ETN and Lawrence together.
Yeah.
Pick is in for Jacksonville. Now, as far as the next pick after this, we got Cleveland. Cleveland, you're looking at. There's potential they could go edge rusher. More likely, they're going to go defensive line of some nature. That could be a Barrymore pick. That could also be a Rasay pick. In this case, now he had mentioned also the Jaguars potentially considering D-line. I don't think it's out of the question. Rasay or would actually be a decent, solid pick here. You know, Jacksonville's one of those teams where there's still some talent there. You know, they don't really need a corner. Oh, now apparently he's sitting in the chair. Travis Etienne. Tony's got to be pumped. Tony, you got to be pumped right now.
Because they had a lot of confidence in Robinson.
So now comes the interesting thing. Does Etienne start over Robinson?
Yeah.
I do. I agree too. How fast is Tony gonna make a comment here? So we got Cleveland up here. I was thinking D line or interior D line. So either Barrymore or Rasay. By the way, Etienne will be the second overall pick in our draft, I think, and I like this kid a lot. I actually would, if I had the first overall pick, I actually would take Etienne over Harris.
I would too.
I think he offers you so much. And the thing, unfortunately, for him is his 2020 season wasn't as strong. But if you took his entire body of work at Clemson, I mean, he owns like every, I think, ACC rushing record.
Yeah. I really don't have a clue who the Browns are to.
Yeah, I think it's got to be D-line of some nature.
I'll go the OA again.
All right, I'm back up. I'm at 7-5 now. By the way, in my basketball. I'm sure everyone's was dying to know that.
I think tomorrow's gonna be really fun for the offensive players, receivers, and running backs.
Well, I figure now. All right. Oh, I feel like that's Tony. Oh no. I think it's kind of cool though that they did. I think it's a good choice. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
To keep the two together.
Yeah.
So we got the Browns. So okay, here's what I wanted to look at: potential next running back spot.
Tampa.
Javonte Williams.
Man, I don't know. I don't want him to.
So, I just circled the one team out of what's left. So it's the Browns, the Ravens, Saints, Packers, Bills, Ravens, Buccaneers.
I will say, the other day, driving home, they had the Bills general manager on the radio and talked to him in depth about what they liked on their team and stuff. He never once mentioned running back, so probably.
Well, it's just because their guys have had issues staying healthy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Browns pick is in, and here's the thing: there could be someone moving up too.
Yeah. Is that Baker Mayfield?
It'd be hilarious if it was. They look like Lowe's hats. I'm telling you. So we're just waiting here. Guy spent all day on that sign that says the pick is in, go Browns.
Like he spent all day on it 2 years ago.
And sitting in the chair is a Browns fan wearing a giant pumpkin on his head. It'd be funny if that ended up actually being the helmet, the pumpkin comes off and it's actually Goodell.
No, it's not Goodell.
I think that guy was actually in the Draft Day movie. He's the only one that has been up there that hasn't had to wear a mask.
It kind of is wearing a mask.
That's more of a head helmet. So now we're going more in the draft-a-thon.
Like, I appreciate how good of fundraisers these are, but I just want to get to the picks.
Yeah.
Put it in a scroll or something.
I guess I figure they probably think when if they announce the pick and then announce these, no one's gonna pay attention.
No. Cleveland Browns said they're good enough to win without any more picks, and they forfeit their pick.
Dare, 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 dare. The cornerback, Gregor Newsome.
That's a good pick for him.
So you put him what? Put him on the other side of Or does I can't remember who their second corner was.
I don't remember.
By the way, the Baltimore Ravens are up for their first pick. Yeah, so I saw here. So here's the interesting thing about this. So you got Denzel Ward and Greedy Williams. So does Greedy Williams go to the nickel and he starts, or is he the nickel?
Hard to say.
I guess here's what originally I said. Oh, they'll go D. If they went D line, they would have been a better choice going interior, not because I completely forgot that they signed Clowney. Because I think at first I said Rasay, but then I forgot about Clowney. So here we have Baltimore. Of course, they have, and then they'll have a pick in. They got the 31st pick also.
Yeah.
All right, so here we got. They could go at this could be Rasay. I don't know if this is Jenkins.
No.
This could be Moore. All right, I'm gonna say it. This is Elijah Moore.
I'm gonna go.
I feel like a goofy name is coming right now.
The
Devin Diablo.
away. I still think they go for a.
Pass rusher.
Yeah.
So the Penn State guy.
That's where he's from. Because I think on their next pick, they're going to go with the receiver. And it's going to be Nico Collins. You know why?
What, Harbaugh?
Yep.
Well, here's the thing they gotta think about though. So they're picking right here at 27. At 28 or 29, specifically I'd say 29, you could see a receiver going.
Who's the next picks?
The Saints, then the
Yeah.
Packers.
Yeah, so
So
possibly
either one of those could take. So if they're looking at one of these receivers,
Yeah.
they gotta think of okay, we're ahead of them. If we take a receiver,
Yeah, that's probably going to be more then, because I think the Saints would take more, and Green Bay would probably take more. Actually, I had Elijah Moore going to the Packers.
speaking of, look at our board, see what we had going here. So, I gotta flip it around. Alright, so let's quickly look at this board. So how many we got right? So we got Fields wrong for all of us. Let's see.
Tony
had
responded.
This one wrong. I didn't send him anything.
No, I said he sent a message.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
No!
Alright.
F you, Jacksonville.
Ask me if he's still ordering the jersey. Let's see. What'd the Panthers take?
How quickly we forget.
I know. And I got it written down. Hold on. Oh, they took Horn.
That's right.
Is that wrong? Is that wrong? We're getting a lot wrong here. You know what? I'm not even going to go through. We got most of them wrong. So we're flip the board around here. So let's see. So we're at the Ravens, right?
Yeah.
So for the Ravens, obviously Tony and I got it wrong because we both put Phillips. You actually gave him Marshall, the receiver.
Terrace Marshall?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. All right, I'll go with that.
And then you have him you give him Collins at 20 at 31 too.
Oh, yeah? I'm a genius.
You had Najee Harris going to the second round.
Mm-hmm.
And you had Newsom going in the second round. I should ask Tony. So Tony, I don't know if Tony's watching this or not, but Tony, are you keeping James Robinson still? He's texting that. Hey, so you still keeping James Robinson? You know, Barmore actually wouldn't be a bad pick here either.
No. No, I feel like James Robinson's going to end up being just like, Ravens running back. Not Dobbins, but,
Gus Edwards?
yeah.
Oh, there's Bateman. So as far as what the well, the pick is in. Man, actually, I think Barrymore here. They went the receiver.
Yep. He's like, great, I got a running back throwing me the ball.
So what do you think? The next three picks are the next two picks at least are receiver? Because the Saints, who are up,
They could use a corner, but I don't know if any of the corners are worthy of a first round.
now you're looking at, well, you could look at Asante Samuel, you could look at Sean Wade. So receivers right now on their depth chart, obviously Michael Thomas.
Yeah.
But then it's Traquan Smith. And then after that, it's what? Marquez Callaway and Deontay Harris.
Yeah, they don't have much.
So them adding a receiver is actually not a bad choice. If you look at their defense, though,
they need a corner.
actually Barrymore wouldn't be a bad choice either for them. If anything, they need a linebacker more than they need a corner.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Lattimore and you got Pat. I mean, if anything, they need to either go linebacker, D line, or interior defensive line specifically.
Who's that linebackers they got?
So right now they have Zach Bond, who didn't play much at all yet last year. They got Demario Davis and Andrew Dowell. So going linebacker. So there's the Notre Dame linebacker.
Yeah. I'll go with him.
Is it just me? They're showing the State Farm commercial. Is Jake getting bigger?
Working out a little bit.
I wonder if he's really an agent for State Farm.
Probably not.
I know. And then, what we got? Green Bay. I mean, Green Bay's got to be a receiver, don't you think?
You would think so, but
Could be and that wouldn't be a bad spot for Trask either. I mean, could you imagine the reaction to Aaron Rodgers? Oh, the pick is in for the Saints.
that's probably Elijah Moore. No. Gosh. I feel like the Saints feel they can just grab a receiver and get him to work. I think there's still pretty good depth at receiver, but if they need defense, I think the guy from Notre Dame might be a good pick.
But there's no pressure on a receiver because Michael Thomas takes it away for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
They're bringing the show Dexter back.
Yep.
I never really watched it all that much to begin with.
It's
First
pretty
one.
good. Like the first 4 seasons are really good, then it just kind of got weird. I'd recommend the first 4, then stop.
No. I still have never watched. I still have like a season and a half to watch of Game of Thrones.
And that last season was pretty disappointing.
Was it?
Yeah. It was like, it ends and it's like,
Oh,
it's just kind of
it just kind of ends.
like, why do?
Is it kind of like? And I never really watched it. I just always heard the way the ending of the Sopranos went wasn't.
Oh, that was awful too. Like they tie up everything with it, but it's just, I didn't like how they did it.
All right, this commercial's going really, really long. Although they did just show the Saints. I don't know if maybe that was their pick or not. They're showing a play football commercial with little kids, and someone was wearing a Saints jersey.
That's who they drafted. So
Yeah.
the 2027.
Come on. See, this is the. God, could you imagine if he went down there? What could the Saints offer Green Bay to get Rodgers?
I don't think they have enough. Michael Thomas.
Yeah, I wouldn't do
I
that.
think Rodgers would go there, and his best receiver would be Callaway or whatever.
Traquan Smith.
Traquan Smith.
Oh. Come on. Yep, he retired. So, could quarterback at all be a discussion here, though?
No.
Oh, they're just saying how the Saints were possibly considering to trade up, which of course they did not do.
Mm-hmm.
And we know they're not trading back because the pick is in.
Definitely hasn't been as many trades as I thought there would be.
Yeah. But if the players are good enough, draft them.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been a fan of necessarily trading back. Oh, God, look at this person. Really? This is the guy that made the... He's got black shorts, a Camaro jersey, and an umbrella.
What? There we go. The first, I told you someone's going to draft someone that you never heard of before or anything thinking
Peyton
about
Turner,
it.
defensive end, out of Houston. Now, you're very knowledgeable about the Houston University.
Houston, they're known for being south of here. They're close to the equator, so the weather is usually warmer.
So how's Peyton Turner as a pass rusher?
He's got an engine that won't quit.
Does a motor.
He's got to get up and go. He's all about winning. Puts in the work to get it done. You know, first one in, last one out kind of guy. Packers pick is in already.
Well,
That is Elijah Moore.
I agree. It's a receiver.
Has to be at this point.
If it's not more, yeah, it's got to be Elijah Moore. Unless they want Barrymore. I mean, improving their defense wouldn't be a horrible thing to do.
No, but I think they got to go.
Their pick is in, buddy. Greenberg just like, oh, they're on the clock. It's like, no, it says the pick is in.
Pete Turney's also basically a second coach out in the field.
Huh?
He's basically a second coach on the field as well.
Peyton Turner?
Yeah.
He is that certain je ne sais quoi that you're talking about.
He's got the ability to hit that next level.
How hilarious would it be if, like, Aaron Rodgers is the one that comes up to make the pick? You know, in all seriousness, no, it actually is kind of sad, the whole Rodgers situation.
Mm-hmm.
Just from a fan, I mean, just think from a fan standpoint, like, they've loved this guy for so long, and this is how he wants to go out.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, Favre didn't go out this bad.
Yeah, just something that seems weird. Twitter's reaction is everyone feels really bad for James Robinson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, though? You can't completely disagree with the picking of ETN because
No. You have an undrafted rookie running back. Undrafted because, and he has a good year, but ETN is definitely one of the better ones.
yeah.
He has that skill set that fits the offense.
And they're not saying it's not like they're firing the guy. He's not going to be there.
Yeah, he's still going to play, just not going to be like it was.
Right.
Wow. So,
Gotta be something good if you're laughing. Eric Stokes.
the Packers have drafted Eric Stokes,
All right, so
cornerback.
all right. Here's my question now. I have to. It's on my mind. So Stokes goes to Green Bay,
It's weird that they're going to change a quarterback to receiver.
but let me ask you this: if you're Jari Alexander or Kevin King, I mean, are they like saying they're never going to play for Green Bay now? The current starting corners for.
Yeah,
Are they demanding trades?
they might.
So now we got Buffalo.
They could use a tight end. Maybe it's a Freiermuth.
Ah, it's too early
I
for.
know.
No, actually, that Dawson Knox isn't bad.
No, he just hasn't really done a lot yet.
Well, it's kind of hard when you got Stephon Diggs and Cole Beasley. I mean, they got.
Now they got Emmanuel Sanders.
Oh, thank you. Okay. This actually could be a receiver pick also.
I don't think they go receiver here.
Or I like Barrymore too.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't need defensive back. This is one of the teams that actually has a very solid defensive backfield.
Mm-hmm.
They're a decent linebacker. I like that Barrymore because it would really help shore up that. I mean, him and Ed Oliver together
Yeah.
could be a nasty combination.
I'll go Barrymore just because I really don't want him to draft Javonte Williams.
You know what's funny in here? They still have Singletary listed as the starter. I don't know. I mean, Gabriel Davis, though.
Oh, I forgot about him. He's pretty solid, too. They don't need a receiver.
All right, I'm going Barrymore.
I'll go with you.
Pick is not in yet, no? Thurman Thomas and Owls. So, I mean, this is a team that almost made the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Bills are definitely good. They're on the... Definitely driving the bus uphill. The whole team has a motor that won't quit.
See, here's the thing about Barrymore is, even though he's a defensive tackle, he's not an edge rusher. He is actually good at pass rushing, though.
Uh-huh.
So that's why if you had him and Oliver together, it would. And they got Jerry Hughes as one of their pass rushers, right?
I think so, still there.
Hughes and Addison. I mean, they could go over Say. Also, I think it's some kind of defensive line.
Yeah.
No, just so you know, on the TV, they're talking about Javonte Williams here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I forgot about him. I'll go with him. Ojulari. Is that the Notre Dame guy?
Well, he had it was like a. That might have been like his middle name or whatever. He had it was a hyphenated name.
Away.
Owasu Koroma.
No, I don't think it'll be him.
They don't need a linebacker. Who's this? Oh, this is who.
That guy. Ojulari.
They're in their own house wearing. Oh God, look at this guy. Sad thing is that might actually be the corpse of Ralph Wilson. All right, here we go. The pick is in. They're about to announce it. Buffalo Bills. Gregory Rousseau, the defensive lineman, the pass rusher.
Mm-hmm. Still over Zach Moss.
Oh, jeez. So now we got
Ravens.
back to the Ravens.
Who did they pick the last one?
They went receiver Bateman.
That's right.
All right, I think this is D line.
I go with
I'm going to go Barrymore. I mean, I guess I'm going to say him till he's gone because, to me, I think he's the number one player on the board.
I'm going to go Ojuari.
Watch, this is Javonte Williams.
Man.
Well, they just lose Ingram. So, you never know.
Hey, it's your guy that's playing there.
I know. I'm suffering. I guess it's not as funny as I thought it was.
Maybe they'll trade for Waddle.
I see Tony's still not answering, huh?
No. He's probably just mad.
I got to send some kind of funny...
Urban Meyer said they'll use Etienne as a third down back. And first. And second.
Oh, jeez. I should see if I can find a... Sorry, folks. I'm picking on Tony here. I'm sure everyone enjoys that, right? Oh, this is a good one. Yep, he's gonna hate me. Sorry, Tony. I couldn't resist.
Me neither.
Looks like the place is kind of clearing out, isn't it?
That's about how it has been. I think it's probably a lot of the Cleveland people left.
Did you respond, or is that him?
I did.
Oh, yeah. So he responds, I'm picking on James Robinson. Guy throws in a Jalen Waddle pick.
That might be my new favorite player.
Yeah, I guess I deserve that. So is this picking? Yeah, they got 4 minutes on this thing.
31st pick. Come on.
Who's going to trade up? Because there's what? They got 2 picks. Someone always trades back into the first.
I don't think it happens tonight. I think there might be a lot of movement tomorrow.
Where's the... Does this chart have the... I can't remember if he put the second rounders on there. So here's what someone's got to think about. Like... Okay, perfect. He did. So tomorrow it goes Jacksonville, the Jets, the Falcons, Dolphins, Eagles is your top 5. So of that, what team would feel... So the Jets don't have to get in front of the Jags now because they know they're not taking a running back. Because, the Jets could be a spot where you see Javonte Williams actually going.
Yeah.
That being said, the Falcons actually could move up.
Yeah, I was going to say the Falcons might try and move up to grab him.
But they can afford... So here comes the question. Do they have to try to make a trade? Is this a trade spot? Could this actually be the Falcons trading with Baltimore to get a running back? Because you have one team that for sure sitting in front of the Falcons that could take a running back, and more than likely the Buccaneers are not going to trade with Atlanta.
I don't think there's a trade here. And Baltimore just got their pick is in.
So it's not Baltimore, all right. Or it's not a trade with Baltimore, obviously. So I'm going with Barrymore again. The defensive tackle from Alabama.
Who did I say? Away?
Or you said you said the one from
Oh, I can't remember his name now. Ojuari? Something like that.
Owazi. Wasn't there an Owazi?
I think it's Awazi Ojuari.
You made a lot of dip.
Yeah. Well, I bought this stuff before. I knew it was just going to be us. And so I just...
Even with Tony, I think that's a lot.
Yeah.
It's good, though. It's definitely good.
Mm-hmm. I figure you can just hang on to it for tomorrow.
Hmm?
I figure you can just hang on to it until tomorrow.
Okay. It'll get eaten.
Who's all coming tomorrow?
Actually, as of right now, I might not be doing a stream tomorrow.
Oh, really?
And my wife invited a couple people over.
Oh, okay.
And it was kind of like, well, because Tony was going to be here originally.
Mm-hmm.
It was Tony and Mark. And Tony's got to work, and Mark has a soccer game. And Jimmy's got to work. So I might not even do one. I don't know yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to still do one if I can, but it's hard. It's just, I don't want to do one by myself because...
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, just having just you and I talk, it's like there's still kind of...
There's a lot of...
I mean...
It's hard to fill during commercials.
But think about how many people they have involved in their production, how many people they've involved talking. I mean, you have 4 on stage, and then they kick to all these different people that are not on stage. So there's always the ability to have a new, fresh perspective. When it's just, like, even just you and me, as this goes on, it's kind of like, well, it's just, we're kind of talking about the same thing, or... So it's nice having multiple people. Like, if we would have had Tony, for example, I kind of think this would have been a little bit more interactive. Because then you got another opinion. Nick Ritz had said something he was considering coming to one of them, but with his job, they're so busy.
Yeah.
The gun shop is just so busy that you just can't get away from it.
I was like, oh, they traded again?
I just going over the Orlando Brown trade. It's got to be Barrymore. I mean,
Who knows?
what is going on with Michael Irvin? Is he collapsing?
It's one of the names I said.
So they went linebacker Jason Away. All right, so now we go to your world champion Bucks.
Joe Tryon.
That
was quick.
What?
Bucks pick is in already.
I think it's quarterback Kyle Trask.
No. Well, I don't know. They got Blaine.
They don't
Gabbert.
need it. Yeah, Blaine Gabbert. They don't. Okay, a quarterback is an immediate need. That's why it's perfect for them to take a quarterback of his stature here. The only other idea, I don't think it'd be. I have heard running back linked to this pick also, as weird as that sounds.
I have too. I don't.
Because I don't know what they think about for the future of Ronald Jones.
Yeah.
Because I think this is his last year on his contract.
I don't think they think much of his future.
And what's his face? Fournette was only a 1 year.
Yeah. Keyshawn Vaughn never got.
Please tell me this is a replay because he's not doing the same dance move over and over and over again.
He probably is.
Okay, listed Buck needs were receiver and edge, which I don't think it's receiver
Receiver?
because they had Antonio Brown.
You got receiver for
Okay,
days.
this could actually be Barrymore. Because if you think about a lot of their defensive line, you got what, Sue,
JPP.
Vita. Having it be wouldn't be a horrible pick here. Christian Barrymore.
I'm going to stick with Joe Tryon.
I'm actually going to stick with Kyle Trask.
I don't know where I want Trask to go, but I feel like I don't want him to go there.
He got it right.
Can I
Linebacker.
say? I know a little something about something.
So go ahead, break him down.
Joe Tryon, high motor. He's got just that natural instinct to get after the quarterback. He's got kind of like an old defensive soul and a modern age body.
He can get inside and make good tackles.
He's great at rushing inside. Some of the swim moves he can get. I mean, you haven't seen a linebacker come out of this school like this before. What school is it?
Washington.
Washington? Okay. They call him the Pacific Beast from the East. He went to school in the West.
All right, moving along. So, really quickly, we'll go down. Where's your biggest surprise on there?
That Peyton something pick.
Oh, Peyton Turner?
Peyton Turner, yeah.
Yeah.
Packers. Stokes. I don't think I was really shocked. The Waddle one was surprising.
Yeah. That's the one that stands out to me, is just because, you have a Heisman Trophy winner. I don't agree with it. I think the biggest steal. What's the biggest steal? I'm gonna go Parsons. Maybe is one of the biggest steals.
Yeah, Parsons would be up there. Caleb Farley could be if he stays healthy.
The Bears. If Fields pans out with Chicago, I think that's a great move.
I think it might have been one of the best moves of the draft. He still gave up a lot, but if he works out, it's worth it.
Definitely the Jags made a great move in going with Etienne.
Yeah, I think the Jags definitely had a great first round.
So if you're going to go best available player now, Barrymore's got to be at the top of this list.
It's going to be Sunday. You're like, Barrymore, got to draft him.
The only quarterback that... So second round. Let's see. The only quarterback I really see going in the second round is going to be Trask.
I think mine will go somewhere too.
Now, you will see tight ends going in the second.
Yeah.
Vermouth, Tremble, Long could all go in the second round. Javonte Williams, Carter should go in the second round. Elijah Moore's got to be up there potentially as one of your highest people available.
Yeah.
And Moore actually could be the first pick of the second round. He really could.
Mm-hmm. Who's got it? Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be... Jeez. Talk about remodeling offense.
Rondell Moore could go in the second. You could see
I think Rondell Moore is going to drop a lot.
Marshall and Collins. Let's see. Yeah.
I think Nico Collins going to be a steal for somebody. I think he's going to be a really good pro. He's one of those players I think will be a better pro than college player.
Landon Dickerson. Gonna go early in the second.
Hey, look at the TV.
Who else you got that could go early in the second? Tevin Jenkins. He's got to be one of your higher rated offensive lineman. Tackle. He'll be the highest tackle going tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got Jeremiah Owasa Kormai, the linebacker from Notre Dame.
I thought he would have gone in the first round somewhere.
Nick Bolton's still sitting there. We got Tyson Campbell, the corner from Georgia. Morig, the safety.
Yeah. There's still a lot of good players left.
Did I mention Christian Barrymore?
I'm not sure if you have or not.
Did I mention I'm high on him?
Oh, Lawrence showed his jersey. He was wearing 16.
Did they really?
Yeah. It's like they knew they were going to draft him. He already had it ready.
What number did Wilson wear in college? Was he number 1?
I don't remember.
What else you got? Oh, the Georgia pass rusher, Ejulari.
Mm-hmm.
He's still out there.
Still a lot of great talent left. This is going to be a good second round. Or second and third round.
Yeah. So, all in all, not a lot of as many trades as we thought.
No, I thought there would definitely be more.
So, really quick, let's go.
Want to grade each pick?
Sure. I'm going to give an A for Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I would agree.
So, I'm not going to do A's. I mean, do you want to do pluses and minuses?
No, just go A's.
So, I'll give that an A.
Wilson, I'll give a B. Because I don't know how he's going to be. Yeah, I thought Fields...
All right, I'll give it a B. Lance, I'm going to give a C. I'm not sold on him. I think this should have been... this should have been Fields.
Mm-hmm.
Pitts is an A.
A, yep.
Chase, I'll give an A.
Mm-hmm.
Waddle, I'll give a B. I'll give it a B. He is he is a talented receiver.
It's a bust.
Sewell, I'll give an A.
I'll give that an A.
Horn, I'll give a B.
Yeah.
I would have taken Surtain, so I'm gonna and Surtain's an A for the Broncos game.
I did like Horn better, but I think for Carolina, I think they would have been better off going with a offensive tackle.
Devontae Smith, an absolute A.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to give an A to Fields because of the situation where he got him.
He had to get Fields at 9 when he should have been second.
Parsons, I'm going to give an A to.
That was a good pick, yep.
I like the Slater pick. I'm going to give that an A. Mm-hmm. And there, so I think the reason if I give my grading is if I feel it was either perfect, or that's where the player should have gone, or was like, oh my God, you got lucky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we look at this list next year and it's going to be like, oh my God, these are so bad.
Vera Tucker, I'll give an A because I don't think they get him at 23. So moving up was actually a very smart move.
Yeah, I don't think it would have lasted.
Mac Jones, I'll give it a C because I don't know what to think of it because I get why they took him.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know. I think they would have been better off. They would have been better off trying to, because they would have paid less than Chicago.
Yeah.
To trade up to 9 to get or trade up to 11 to get Fields.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, the Bears might have completely stole this draft with that pick if he turns out to be as good as advertised.
Zayvon Collins, I'll give a C. I think there's other talent you can get out there.
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders, Leatherwood, I'll give a B. Jalen Phillips, I'll give a B. Javen Davis, I'll give a B. Tony,
I like him, but I think that was. I'll give him a C on that one.
it's not an A, for sure.
Mm-mm. I don't think he fits in that offense that great. I think he's a good player, but I think he needed a different
I'm going to give it a
offense.
B. I'm going to give it a B, actually. I don't think it... I think it'll work. Pay, I'm going to give it a C. Because I think they would have been better off going in a different direction. Fairley's a hard one. If he's healthy, I want to give this an A.
If he stays healthy, an A. If he isn't, then that's a D.
Yeah. So I'm actually going to mark that as an A/D. Christian Darsaw, I'll actually give that an A. Because it's actually a solid player at that position that they needed. Najee Harris, I'll give an A.
Mm-hmm.
Etienne's an A. Newsom a B.
Yeah.
Bateman is a B because I would have gone more instead.
Yeah.
I want you to give your grade for Peyton Turner.
D. He's probably gonna be a Pro Bowl Hall of Famer.
Stokes, I'd actually give it.
I give it a C.
It's not what they should have taken at all. I'm going to give it a D. Rasay, I'm giving an A.
So.
Or so. That too. Away, we'll give a
B.
C. And Tryon, C.
Give it an A because I called it and he's out of nowhere.
No, either one. Now, these could have changed if, for example, this one should have been Barrymore. Either one should have been Barrymore, and I would have given it an A, actually.
Yeah.
So, all in all, that was a really long stream. But I enjoyed having you here.
My pleasure. Had fun being here.
If you ever get the opportunity to have his dip, so I guess we'll throw this out there on behalf of the league. Will this dip be brought to our draft?
Sure.
So everyone, you'll have the opportunity to have the buffalo chicken dip. Efren, it's not hot at all.
Just a little kick, but barely.
Barely. Could use a little extra. It could actually use a kick up, but it's good. It's good as is.
It's hard to find the balance of too hot and
What buffalo sauce you use?
just Frank's regular red hot.
Maybe go to Buffalo Wild Wings and get the hot one. I saw they got a scorpion one now, I think.
Oof, that sounds too hot.
Or no, it wasn't scorpion. No, it was the Carolina one. Carolina Reaper one.
That sounds too hot.
Test yourself.
I don't need to.
You're a Laker. Take it to the max.
I don't need to.
So that's what we say. Take it to the max.
Laker up.
Raise the pipe. So on that note, thank you for joining us. I know there was probably not the most entertaining at some point, but we had fun doing it.
Mm-hmm.
We hope someone had fun watching this.
This is just the beginning. Once we get find our
Yeah.
swerve.
when we actually have where there's like 4 or 5 people lined up here and we have a round table going. But no, enjoyed having this. I enjoyed having Guy over. Enjoyed having all of you watch us, and we will see you. Hopefully, the next time. At this point, there's not a stream tomorrow. That could change. Otherwise, our next scheduled stream. Let me get it. I think it's the keeper presentation.
Ooh, keepers.
The next presentation is 6-5, which is the keeper presentation. And as of right now, expected to join me is Guy.
Oh, I can?
You signed up for it.
Oh, I don't remember.
And Will Baldry will join us in that one. And that one will have the... we'll have, obviously, everyone's 5 keepers will be announced. And then also we'll break down... the snubs, I guess you want to call it. The best that weren't kept. And that'll kind of be a mini, where's the camera? Mini draft preview, I guess. We'll kind of look at where we could see the first, second, third round possibly going. Obviously a lot of changes, because we also do a draft preview stream in August, which is more thorough, because at that point you'll have how the rookies are doing, how players are doing in their new teams. Injuries are mixed in there, of course. I mean, you don't want to be the guy that drafts Lamar Miller, and then literally 5 minutes later he blows his knee out on TV.
I'm not sure if it was worse that he blew his knee out on TV right after I drafted him, or that I drafted him in the first place.
It wasn't a horrible... I mean, I wasn't if I remember, it wasn't like a horrible draft pick. I mean, if he would have stayed healthy, he would have been a running...
Yeah.
I mean, he would have led the team in carries.
Yeah. That's
I
true.
just said he got hurt, and just happened to be during our draft that it happened. It literally, happened to be the game on the TV when it happened, when he got injured.
That should be a new rule. Like, if you draft a player who gets hurt while we're watching it on TV, you get a redo.
Well, it was the same exact draft where
Luck retired.
Luck retired, like literally a
Yeah.
half hour after, and Jordan's sitting there like has him, so now he has to like scramble for quarterbacks because he had, I think that was Minshew's rookie year. So, with that, we're gonna end the stream. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Until next time.